Hello, I forgot to start the recording. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome back to Final Fantasy V. I forgot to start the recording, so if I ever upload this to YouTube, this is gonna be slightly late. Speaking of slightly late, that capture does not look right. How inconvenient. Let me fix that real quick. Like, this is supposed to be... Like, it looks correct on my side, so I'm not entirely sure why the cropping is different. Oh, that's probably different. Basically, I accidentally pressed all hotkeys in Amerik. Why is there a mouse cursor on there? There is no mouse cursor on my side. This means that the window is not currently active, is it? Yeah. Never mind, I did not need to switch my cropping. I was right. I need to redo the capture too. Because, of course, I did. Oh well. It's fine. I like to leave a little border. Although I prefer the border to be, like, even on all sides. Sorry, I usually do these things offline, of course, but... sometimes you press the wrong buttons and everything just start falling apart. That's just the nature of the beast sometimes. Alrighty, cropping. Okay, a little bit more left. A little bit more right. A little bit more at the top. And I hope this should... No, this looks terrible. Huh. What did I do? I need to not have the thing selected so I can actually see the proper stuff. Oh, wait. That's curious. Oh, the window doesn't fit the thing entirely. That's why. Now it makes sense. Sorry. Figuring out things. I need to do this differently. Something like this. Alright, okay, this is good enough. My goodness. Good morning, Rakadactylus. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to you as well, Chumley. Good morning. Good morning, Pontacon. And welcome to anybody else who might have joined us. Just like last year, you finished watching the opening run and ended up here. Welcome to you. So you think the bot has it out for you. Meteor with duplicates. You got Mime, 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 and Bard. That is impressive. At least you got Bard that late, so you could freelance all the way to Archeo Avis and didn't have to use it before as the only damage dealer. So, as like the one saving grace there. But good luck on getting the Bard all the way through. It's a journey. When I did the solo character challenge run with the Bard, I was actually surprised on how competent it ended up being, despite me expecting basically like the worst kind of character. It's effectively like a mage that had to use the dagger in order to defeat all enemies, but literally just the hide ability alone and then eventually the speed song made everything so much more approachable. Good luck to you, Rob Traven. Alrighty. We are finally continuing. Sorry about that interruption. Was 60 minutes the maximum for your version? The new one is up to 120 minutes. Can you make it up to 180? Yes, 60 minutes is currently the maximum for this version. You need to use a tent in order to... I actually don't remember what I have equipped on Galuf, so let me just unequip here everybody. And that'll be fine. Actually, you know what? We can keep the katana on you. That's fine. Because maybe you will be able to knock out the abductor. Alrighty, let's get started. Squish Buffinger messed up Amarak again, by the way. And here we are, finally. About half an hour later than I usually like to start. That's your mouse cursor. You moved it. Can you imagine? You would be able to capture the mouse cursor of people on stream. I bet you could do that with a plugin or something like that, where you could have like a little program allowing people to capture their cursor. You know, actually that would be kind of decent for puzzle games, wouldn't it? If I could see the mouse cursor of people. Well, actually that would be very distracting potentially. Anyways, fascinating thought. If you defeat the guy, you get an ether, but the cutscene otherwise proceeds pretty much as usual. You just get captured. Do we need an ether? I guess. XF is gonna be a bit of a problem, huh? What's my best place to grind? I actually have no idea. Samurai is pretty strong across the board. Do I just wanna... Actually don't know where we want to gain levels. Like with a group that is this melee oriented, I arguably kinda missed my opportunity to grind a few more levels if I needed them over at the Black Flames, funnily enough. Yeah, maybe I'll find something. Is there any weapon I could use as the free... Oh, you know what we can do? We can actually grab some light staves and break it over Xdev's head at the end of World 2. He does have a lot of defense, so I expect Giltos to not be as good as it otherwise would be, but we technically could also like earn a bunch of money to throw at Xdev too. What else? Isn't Giltos always 9,999? No, absolutely not. Giltos is very high base damage. I think it starts at 1,500 damage baseline. At level 1 on the character. And basically, the only thing that influences Giltos' damage is your character's level. And the higher level you are, the more the guild costs as well. Alrighty, welcome back to the team, Yellow. What are you gonna be? Are you gonna be the dancer? I actually didn't think about that part. You know what, we're just gonna equip you with whatever we have and that'll be fine. Health kit for you. Ribbon is okay. We'll figure out the party afterwards. But yeah, if you have seen a speedrun, what people do is they use the chemist's ability to level up the characters in combat in order to make Giltos deal crazy amounts of damage. That's how that comes to be. But it also costs a lot of money when you do that, for what it's worth. And without using a money glitch, which, well, I don't tend to use glitches in these runs. That's not entirely true. I don't tend to abuse big, like, game-breaking glitches, I suppose. Kinda tricky to get to that part. Also, fun fact, if you defeat Gilgamesh here via casting Doom on him, which is a possibility, you actually gain an elixir. Actually, is it an elixir? You gain an item that you don't normally get when he just runs away instead. And Galuf is gonna demonstrate what it is. Let's see if it's actually an elixir. It is. That's correct. Like, Gilgamesh is supposed to run away here, but he is susceptible to Doom, so Galuf just murders him straight up. And then you wonder how Gilgamesh managed to show up on the bridge anyways afterwards. Anyways, we need to have one freelancer, one samurai, one knight, and one dancer in our team at any given point at this point. And so what's gonna be my goal, I wonder? Do you already have double grip right now? You do not. Let me try to think about this. So my goal is going to be one character masters either samurai or knight, both are fine in terms of just offensive stats. And that character I'm gonna turn into the freelancer with the dance command. So we will need to, or we will want to have the dance command on that character. Who is gonna be our deadliest dancer with the freelancer? And then we're also gonna have a dancer that will deal massive damage. And what weapon will we use on the dancer? Of course the chicken knife is kind of the obvious choice, I guess. So what ability do we put on the dancer otherwise? Probably just equip shield. We already have equip shield on these three characters, so we're already past that point. Trying to figure out like roughly as to what I want to do here. NMG, no major glitches? Yeah, pretty much. But an interesting team you have there. Yeah, it's actually very strong overall. Like, this is pretty solid, I would say. Do I need double grip on the dancer, or the character that I turn into the dancer at the end? No, I just, well, maybe equip samurai sword or equip sword on the dancer. Oh yeah, right, we can have the freelancer use the chicken knife if dance. Wait, what second ability do I put on the freelancer? Because we can put two there. We can put dance and something else. What else do we even have? We have guild toss, we have cover, we have the instant death thing. We have dance, of course. And guard, I guess. There's actually not a whole lot else I would want to put on there. Can you double grip chicken knife sword stance? Oh, double grip. We put double grip on the freelancer and dance. No, you cannot. So this means we actually want to have the dancer use the chicken knife then. Well, it's a little bit awkward because the dancer is also the one that could use the man-eater dagger, which is a secondary really good dancing weapon. Nobody else could use that thing. But I guess that's a concern for the late game. But yeah, you can't double grip the chicken knife, unfortunately. So I guess the dancer just could have equipped shields with the chicken knife, and we could double grip dance on a freelancer with another weapon. With many other weapons, really. Yeah, that seems actually pretty reasonable. One character wants to master the knight. I think for equip swords, because then we can equip a rune sword on the dancer for Omega. I think that will be my plan. Yeah, I think that's gonna be my plan. Alright. Equip swords. So somebody needs to master knight for the dancer later down the road. Somebody needs to master samurai or knight, either is fine, for the stats on the freelancer in the end. So who is gonna be what? I guess... Why do I need double grip on Ferris? Do I need double grip on Ferris? Not really. I guess everybody can double grip except for the dancer in the end. But then again, the dancer still wants to master the knight, so if you wanna have a Ferris dancer at the end, that's the thing. It does not really matter. Let's just turn the knight to a dancer, why not? She's just gonna murder everybody with stuff. We, by the way, still could put double grip on our dancer here, because this increases the dancer's strength. Let me just demonstrate this real quick. Right now, she has a baseline 30 strength, and if we put double grip on her, she has a baseline 38 strength. 8 strength more is actually... it's a huge chunk. Like, even though dancer cannot equip anything that can be double gripped to begin with in order to improve the attack power, it will be pretty good. However, I'm gonna go with equip shield here, because dancer unfortunately has a very low maximum HP, so I think extra defense is what I'm gonna go with here. Alrighty. This might actually just be the team we're gonna roll with for a long time, for all I know. Where Ferris masters the knight, Butts masters the samurai. Although I guess Ferris should just get double grip. You know what? We should turn Ferris into the dancer right now instead. Thinking about it. Then again, we could have a late game dancer now, that's fine. Turn her into a knight once she learns dance again. I think that's better. Because by then, Ferris probably also has learned how to double grip. And yes, double grip inherits a part of the knight's strength. It's not the full power, but it's pretty good. An equipped knight sword gives you the full strength of the knight. We do have a slightly slow team. I think our dancer is the fastest character here with 33 agility. That is slightly above average. Actually, a fair bit above average, I guess. And everybody else, samurai and knights, are just kind of slow. Now, as usual, I like to point out that whoever you have in the lead in the team, while sneaking by these guards, can have different visual effects. Where Galef, I don't know about your sneaking methods, buddy, but I mean, I respect it, I guess. And Lena's just doing her best left B Luigi from Smash Bros. Impressions. I'm just keeping the standard team order for this run, otherwise. Sword Slap is an ability we could get. Yeah, it doesn't work in this version, so it's not really much of a reason to use it, unfortunately. I guess technically mastering Samurai and then using on the Freelancer late game is better than Knight, because Freelancer mastering gives us an extra chance to evasion from the Samurai's innate ability to dodge attacks, which is pretty good. So these things are weak to lightning, but we don't really have a way to deal efficient lightning damage. Galef would be able to one-shot one of them. Oh, I didn't equip the other characters. Whoops. I just unequipped them. It's fine. You already have a katana. I forgot to equip the characters again. I unequipped them when we got to get the Galef push. Enjoy the music. Hey, you get these things, that's fine. You get these things, that's fine. You already have equipped. Alright, let's go. If you walk this exact path, you're guaranteed to not get any extra encounters on the bridge. I don't know if there's other paths, but I know this path works. You have to give it to the Warrior's Light from 5. Their Verb-like agility is hard to match. Worm-like? And this is the Samurai's innate ability to also dodge. Dance! Tempting Tango. Tries to confuse an enemy and unfortunately does not work in this game. He has 6,500 HP, and once he drops below 2,500 HP remaining, he is going to just crank it up to 11 by giving himself haste and shell and protect. Basically takes half damage and moves twice as fast, in short. With the Ancient Sword, if I'm getting lucky, we can hold him so he slows down a bunch. In this version, he actually does not deal any less damage. In other versions, the All Status effect also reduces the enemy's damage, but it does not in this version. Doom X. We're dealing really good damage, if we hit anyways. Come on, Ferris, hold him. Nice. Slowing him down is actually very handy, because while he will have haste very soon... Oh, here already, because we got another crit. Now we will deal half damage to him. And we still need to do about 2,500 damage. I did not keep track of how much damage I dealt. Also, that jump always deals full damage no matter what. And he always gets a jump as soon as he faces musicians too. So, dance. No, that's the wrong one. Attack. Still 470 damage. I would like to point out that's a crazy amount for this point when he takes half damage. But we can also use Guild Toss, one of the very few things that bypasses both Protect and Shell. So yeah, just a casual 3,000 damage for a bit of money spent. I actually have no idea how much money we spent just now. It's probably like 1000. I could look it up, but I'm too lazy right now. Also, once again, this exact path avoids all the extra encounters that you can avoid. Oh, they were like agility when they sneak by the window. I see. I like to just imagine all 4 characters just sneak by in their own ridiculous fashion like that. You know what? I feel like remembering why trying to fight the Tyrannosaurus with weapons is not a good idea, instead of just using a Phoenix down. So let's figure out what the Tyrannosaurus is gonna do against me. I think he's mostly just that he has a revenge attack. That's the dangerous part about him. I think. I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, I guess if we find some good encounters, we can just grab a few extra levels along the way. Because it's not like... I don't think there's a particularly great place for us to grind levels in. Too many enemies. We can't one-shot all of these. Then again, Ferris does not one-shot anything. And Lena only one-shots things 25% of the time. Kinda like that. Galov sometimes one-shots things. And then he one-shots them again. And I'm pretty sure our butts here with the samurai sword is the most reliable. Oh, that wouldn't even one-shot either, apparently. You have more HP than that. I don't usually fight things around here. It's not nearly as efficient as fighting stuff in the North Mountain, but I think it's alright. I think we're just gonna run away if Lena does not get a good dance. And then that's fine. Nope. Not dealing with the Dilure. Alright, welcome to this place. We don't need to buy any spells. However, we could buy high potions, but we can also do that later. Let's see, what new weapons do we have to play with? So, we already have a darkness bow. So the Dream Harp is interesting because we actually can use it. It puts enemies to sleep when you attack with it. I don't know what the odds of it are though. A chain is a very interesting weapon as well because you can use it for as a freelancer from the back row and has a high chance to paralyze enemies. It's a really good weapon, all things considered. Darkness bow, we already have one. I forgot to use it. We could have used it against Gilgamesh. Whoops. Slumber Sword, we actually want one of these, but we can't afford it right now. Can we actually just sell things? Now that we know what we need. I'm actually gonna keep one Coral Sword, just in case that turns out to be a better weapon than the Rune Sword against... oh my god. Don't need the whips anymore. We will actually need the Might Mashers later down the road, so I'm gonna keep those. Yeah, we just have about enough money. Alright, let's see. Orichalcon Dagger would be probably an upgrade to Ferris. Actually, in fact, Ferris could use the Slumber Sword right now for an upgrade. I think that's alright. None of the other weapons are particularly interesting, unfortunately. Orichalcon Dagger is just a slightly stronger dagger than the Magus. But I prefer the 25% chance to block physical attacks on Lena. Even if it's slightly weaker. There are pieces of equipment we could buy for upgrades, but I think that's okay. Anyways, what we absolutely want to buy is Revivifies. Just in case somebody gets zombied, we need the status effect item to cure that. And we can finally buy potions, but we don't have enough money to do much of that. But that's alright. Welcome to World 2, where we can finally buy high potions. They just haven't invented the friendly potions yet in World 1. Dense. You know what? We take it. We battle them. Well, maybe we do, because now... Did I put this? I did. This guy's gonna be in the back row here, isn't he? Yeah. But our Kraken friend is just trying to help, so it's fine. I think these Devourer enemies actually absorb lightning as healing, which is a thing. Oh, thanks, Lana. Sword Stance basically deals full times damage. The Dancer doesn't have particularly great attack power because, well, I didn't... Like, this is basically just standard Dancer damage. Apparently these things are undead. I actually was not aware of that. Yeah. Today I learned. I probably knew that at some point, just forgot about it. That's usually what happens in this game. So much information to figure out, I guess. Mystery Vaults, we just leave. But yeah, Mystery Vaults absorbs MP from the enemy, so it doesn't even deal any damage. Well, not to their HP anyways, which is what we need in order to deplete in order to defeat the enemies. I guess the Coral Sword would probably be a better weapon than the Slumber Blade around here. Oh well. So if we run into crabs, we run away, because they have pretty high physical defense. These things, on the other hand, we will fight. Nice, good job, Lena. Lena does not like the idea of anything eating Muggles, which I fully understand and approve of. Just removing the threat to the Muggles. Sleep Blade, by the way, has a chance to put an enemy to sleep, if they're susceptible to it. You can even proc when the enemy is already dead, so... I guess that's okay. Lopros. I mean, he already hit me once, so I might as well just hit him back. Oh wow, that thing has good physical defense, huh? Wing. It's not the same kind of wing that Arcuavis uses, because that one poisons. Apparently they drop high potions. I don't know if that's a common or a rare drop, but it is a drop. Can I heal up a little bit? No, we don't fight this one. The grabs have so much physical defense. Apparently so do the Lopros enemies. But yeah, the crabs realized that we are scared of them, so we just run away. And then bring more. Admittedly, the blood slimes are not worth fighting either. I think they also have really high physical defense. At least on the crabs, you could use the coral swords to bypass the defense. Tempting Tango. Fun fact, when an enemy is confused, they cannot dodge your attack, so even if your weapon does not have a 100% chance to hit, it will when an enemy is confused or asleep or paralyzed. Or stop spells, that also works. Alrighty. Welcome to the Tyrannosaurus. This thing has 5000 HP and is undead, and notably can be one-shot by a Phoenix Stone. But I'm actually not gonna do that this time, just because I'm curious what the problem is about that guy. I don't think it can be confused. Most zombies cannot. Also, if we trigger the Doom 1 in 3 chance, it will heal back to full, by the way. So... Oh wow, he counter-attacked that. He, does he counterattack spells? Or does it counterattack anything? Wow, okay, so he counterattacks anything with revenge attack. Okay, I see now why I don't usually fight this guy fairly, because if I just hit him here, he's just gonna counterattack, and revenge attack does have a chance to miss, but the odds are not in our favor. We got lucky there. Okay, I remember now why you don't fight this guy. I thought his revenge attack was just a standard move he could do on his turn, but no, if he just counters any damage he receives with a revenge attack. Okay, sorry. Abandon the quest. We Phoenix down him. Once in a while, I just need to attack him just to see why we don't usually fight him. And that's what I did. We could have probably beat him with enough Phoenix Downs, just chip away at his health, revive the characters that get knocked out all the time. But that seems like a resource drain. Fun fact for all the VOD viewers, if you catch Yaga live, you can make words appear on his screen. Oh, the chat thingy on the right side. Cool. Took me a second to process, but yes, you can in fact make words appear on the right side. Sometimes. The words also disappear again. By the way, should the words on the right side stay longer, or is that fine with how long they are over there? Koopa Koopa. Welcome to you as well. Hope you're doing well today, everybody. Shout out to the Pixel Remaster version that fixed getting encounters on the grass in this section eventually. Koopa. Welcome. The time it stays is fine. Alrighty. I guess it gives you more of an idea as to how recent these messages came to be. It's fine. Chat posts rarely matter after the temporal context passes. Yeah. I mean, considering on how terrible I am at reading chat in time, sometimes I respond to a message 7 minutes earlier and just like, that is not on screen for since a long time. Oops. Dancing dagger. Actually, we probably put the dancing dagger onto the dancer, funnily enough. The dancing dagger, as its name might imply, is a dancing weapon. It has a 50% chance to use a dance move instead of just doing a normal attack. But if I select the dance command anyways, it's 100% regardless. And it's also a decently strong weapon. Arguably the strongest one Lena can use at this point. It would also be the strongest one Ferris can use right now, because she does not have double grip yet, but we're getting there. Kupo. Thank you for the elf cave friend. He was so happy that we tried to fit in. And he just gave an elf cave. You know what? The power ring we can put on you. Because you actually have good enough defenses to not worry about not having as much evasion. Muggles. An unknown amount of Muggles in the food box. 'An unknown amount of Muggles in the food box. At least we're away from overeaters, indeed. Hello, well, good day, Nacho. Hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the good luck. I like this music. If only Kara knew Grandpa's horrible fate. Would that make it any better? If you knew about it beforehand? Or would that make it even worse? Is there music in this game you don't like? No, I don't think so. There's like one music piece I don't like in Secret of Mana, but in this one I can't think of any. But if you're looking for acquiring a lot of ability points at this point in the game, if you have a way to deal group lightning damage, the statues in the basement are pretty good. Level 5 Doom also just one-shots the entire group of enemies, so you can work with a blue mage there too if you picked up a level 5 Doom. Alternatively, you can just have all of your party members throw soft at the enemy in this version, also known as the Gold Needle, because Gold Needles just instantly kill any golem and statue type enemy in this game. Although that's a little bit more cumbersome, but it's an entirely valid way of doing things. Good morning, Dyla, and welcome. Hope you're doing well today. When is Meteor? With the meat? I think that's every time, isn't it? You just need to crack open the Meteor shell and boom, there's a... somebody riding inside. I guess you don't even need to crack that open for that. Because they usually come outside themselves. How goes the food Job Fiesta? Quite fine. It's a pretty decently strong team with really nice synergies. Although I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure on how... I'm not entirely sure on how we're gonna tackle some of the later stages. Because, like, we have a really good physical offense, with the Knight's double grip working both in Samurai and the Freelancer. We have 3 characters that hit like a truck. But our characters are relatively slow, so could be a little bit awkward. Did you run Brave or just Healing Heart? We started with the first class to be revealed to be a dancer, so I started running away from enemies immediately. And in this version, you do not regain the power on the Brave Blade, so we're just doing a normal run with a chicken knife. If you play this Pixel Master, you can actually decide mid-run to go Brave Blade afterwards, because, well, you actually regain power every 4 or 5 encounters you fight, apparently, which is nice. You're not falling for the Brave Blade meme again. It's in my opinion, it's quite an interesting run to do once in a while. Not much of a reason to do that if you can't use the weapon though. But in this case, we even have 2 characters that can use the weapon with the Freelancer and the Knight. Have you made any strategy of the magic half of the Fork Tower? Well, probably just bounce over Mage Masher attacks and then throw money at the problem. That's my current strategy. In the Pixel Remaster, you can recharge the power of that magic of the Brave Blade, but after a certain amount of battles not run away from, you regain attack power. Hey, look, the attack there. He actually survived in a hit. That's kind of impressive. He's susceptible to all sorts of status effects, so he doesn't really stand much of a chance. Instant death would work, sleep works on him, you can just break him if you have the break spell on a Black Mage or a Mystic Knight. Riot MMO just confirmed for next year, by the way. What kind of MMO is that gonna be? I used to play some League of Legends a while ago. It's a long while ago at this point, really. But I have some good memories. Oh, yeah, actually, is there a different Riot aside from League of Legends Riot ones? Do I like World of Warcraft Classic? I have no idea how World of Warcraft Classic looks like nowadays. I briefly dipped back into it when it was just freshly released, but I didn't really play much more beyond that. I like it conceptually, but then what? Basically, there's a reason why I'm playing old school RuneScape, where you can just progress in so many different directions. Yeah, I did play it a bit. I liked it. But I have to admit, most of my fond memories were in Burning Crusade as well as Wrath of the Lich King, so it was interesting to dip back into vanilla World of Warcraft. Or World of Warcraft Classic, I guess, to re-experience some of that stuff. But also simultaneously didn't really hook me that much. You're gonna get back to work. Well, I hope you have a lovely day at work. Thank you for dropping by and take care. You push MMOs and teams and stuff. You've been running a guild in Taiwan for Ion 2 recently, but we're breaking up for the Western release in September, so everyone can have a summer break. Oh, like on Taiwan servers, because it's not actually released in the West yet. I remember trying out Ion, but kind of like so many other MMOs, I just tried it, played it for a while, but it didn't really hook me either at the time. Guild Wars 2 as well, Guild Wars 1 as well, etc. I think the games I stuck with the longest ended up being Ragnarok Online for a long time, but then eventually World of Warcraft. Then I kind of petered out of that one during Cataclysm, and then for a long time just other stuff. Funnily enough, League of Legends actually pretty much took over when I stopped playing World of Warcraft. Iron 2 is much more like an action RPG. Diablo players will be very happy. I see. I'm actually not terribly interested in that nowadays, funnily enough. Like, I don't care about the endless grind. I don't care about numbers going up for the sake of numbers going up or getting like incremental improvements on characters or anything like that. It's just like whatever for me. But at the same time, often these games have other things and fun things attached to them that I'm actually interested in. So I tend to still take a look. By the way, can I just point out, weapons on the left, weapons on the right, shields on the left. But outside here, weapons on the left, shields on the right. I don't know why, but I just felt like pointing that out. Just like, Oh, we could use a killer bow here. But then again, we can also just use a death cycle. Venom. We can break this for bio spells if we want to. I don't really think we will use that at all. Killer bow has an 8% chance to instantly kill a target, but doesn't have 100% accuracy. Somebody better got fired over the plunder. No, why would you do that? Don't fire them. We need those guys. Yeah, we can buy new equipment. Everybody can use a strength throat, 2 people can use a bandana. We actually only use 1 bandana, the other one gets a ribbon. In fact, you know what I should do? I should give the ribbon over to Lena, because it is a crazy good defensive equipment piece. And Lena needs the defense with her relatively low HP threshold she has here. And I guess the rest I would want to buy strength armors with, but we don't have that many. But everybody should get one. You get a strength armor. You get a strength armor. Let's sell the ones we have freed up. Do we need the Thieves Glove? I guess it's actually gonna be useful, huh? I'm gonna keep it. Alright, then we probably just buy the last one when we come back. Then again, I can also sell the Mithra armor. Stealth armor. I need only 1,000 more gold. Sell an ether. What else can I sell? I guess I'm not using the healing stuff either. I'm just gonna throw potions. Right, we have a 1 strength roll for everybody. That's plus 3 strength on, well, everybody. Very nice. Let's see. You missed last week's stream. Did we go through Imurum already, or did Fiesta put that game to a pause? It put the game to a pause. Basically, I needed to start preparing for the opening race, so I couldn't really finish that. And I figured it makes more sense to do at least 1 Fiesta run, then go back to Imurum, and then do more Fiesta runs. So that's currently the plan. Also, I should have done the Yaga monthly this month. I didn't, so it's actually not a good thing. But that's a problem for later me, I guess. Probably should have bought high potions instead. Grab the money and go back. You know what? We're gonna do that. We're gonna go and brag on some high potions, because we're just gonna get slapped a bunch by a random golem encounter. But the boss fights are some of the best scripted you've seen. The graphics are the best you've seen. This wouldn't be your charm at all then. I like boss battles when you have to do like a bunch of choreography and dancing, so to speak. In MMOs, like that's one of the things I really enjoy. There was a game relatively recent-ish that basically was just boss battles of that nature. What was it called? Something bunny and carrots or... Bunny? Bunny... No, not Packeret. Rabbit and Seal, there we go. Thank you, Komaru. Yes, Rabbit and Seal. I really like that game for the most part. Unfortunately, Velhart just really didn't like the ice or wind mechanics. So that tapered off a bit, but for what it's worth, that's kind of a thing I would like to play more if there's more of those games. Iron 2 Sanctuary bosses have 35 different mechanics that you are responsible for your group will fail. Very, very hard. I mean... sounds interesting. Could be fun. Could be terrible. It kind of just really depends on how it's implemented, right? Is there a version of Job Fiesta where you start with all 4 classes unlocked and lose a class every gen scene instead, so you're stuck with 1 class at the end? I don't think there's a mode like that anywhere currently. I mean, you could just play it that way yourself if you'd like to, I suppose. But there's no, like, quote-unquote official thing. But at the same time, nothing is stopping us from just inventing our own things either, is there? Right, I might actually look into Ion 2 then. I'm just worried that most of the time is gonna be spent treadmilling all equipment, and then you just need to grind out more equipment, because, well, if you don't, you're kind of griefing the group because you're not as well prepared as you possibly could be. That's how it works in my brain. Not actually saying that this is how it actually is, by the way. Just my brain's doing these things. It's really grindy, yeah. I don't really care for a grind, to be honest. These Sting Eagles have like what, 70% evasion? Daggers on the other hand ignore half of the evasion, and if we dance anyways, well, enemies don't get to do much. Yeah, I don't really care for the grind in those kinds of MMOs. Again, because you just need to do the grind properly, otherwise you don't have enough equipment or resources or whatnot. It's much more interesting to me when you can just tinker and play around with the actual mechanics of the boss battles themselves. We could fight these guys. You know what? Let's let her decide. If she gets a sword sense, we're gonna fight these guys. She does not get a sword stand, so we run away. Oh yeah, there is upgrade mode in this, where instead of getting 4 different jobs at a time, you get 1 job, and then whenever you want to, you can upgrade, quote-unquote, to the next job. Still allowed to use the previous job's abilities, but you have to switch everybody to the new job. So you can upgrade, let's say, from a thief, then you get the berserker next. So the berserker still can use like the abilities from a thief, like the extra speed and stuff. Then you upgrade to, I don't know, black mage or so. So you have equip access on the black mages now. But then again, you need to grind out these abilities if you want to actually use them. So a little bit awkward sometimes maybe. Or it could just be perfectly fine. Come on. Like, I don't intrinsically dislike grinds, I am just not necessarily interested in grinding out equipment for the purpose of, let's say, raiding in the style of World of Warcraft, if that makes sense. Because in World of Warcraft, raiding is a huge commitment. You're expected to basically prepare as well as you can, one way or another. So you just run through dungeons over and over again until it gets your stuff, do your dailies, and why did I not open up that other chest? I was distracted. Oh, by the way, we should have a new sword for our katana-wielding maniac. That sword has a decent chance. Actually, this is why you don't want to use the dance moves, because zombies absorb or invert the drain effect. Very unhealthy for our characters. But yeah, I'm just talking and not paying attention, that's why, I suppose. Hit that guy. Right. And she has her HP back. Excellent. Wind Slash. It's a pretty decently strong attack there. Whenever that happens. I actually probably don't want to dance against that guy, because if I confuse the Drippy and he gets a turn, he can reset the battle back to how it was at the start of the combat. Very inconvenient. I suppose I could have grabbed that chest on the way back instead, but it's fine. We're gaining a bunch of extra levels along the way. Sword stance. No sword stance. Give him MP instead, I guess. And we're basically out of Phoenix Stones. It's actually kind of funny. Normally that trigger for getting the big wind attack is fantastic for the purposes of dealing a ton of damage. But actually, because we have double grip on our samurai, it's actually better if for single targets we don't trigger that. Also, I think it's like a 1 in 8 chance for that to trigger. So it's reasonably rare, normally anyways. Cannot confuse him. Nice crit. I'm just gonna have Lena defend. I was going to throw a high potion at him, but it's okay. These things do have pretty good physical defense. Right, also Ferris just learned double grip. That's basically all I wanted to have on her. So I think we're gonna mainly just turn Lena back into the knight. If we wanna have her be the late game dancer, I suppose. So you're gonna be a knight with double grip. That's fine. I guess you can also equip the bone mill on some character, that's fine. But bone mail means I couldn't heal you, which is a bit inconvenient. Can Dancer equip a bone mail? Actually don't know. You don't have equip shields. That's okay, so you deal extra damage. You can equip bone mail, alright. Bone mail is absolutely absurdly high defense. So is the ribbon. So 42 defense on a Dancer in the front row is actually a lot. It's kind of fun. Alright. Works for me. For reference, our heavy armor class users have 16 defense right now. So much less. So, I guess Lena's gonna be the late game dancer with a maxed out knight. We could also have late game dancer butts with a maxed out samurai or freelancer. Yeah, I guess we could put the freelancer on the maxed out samurai instead. That's perfectly fine. Hey Golem, let's ferret this side. Ah, whatever, we're just gonna fight these guys. Help the Golem out a little bit. Help me! I'm working on it. Basically, if I help him here, he's no longer going to... Ah, don't give him health, Ferris. He's no longer going to just whack us and run away afterwards, so that technically saves us health further down the road. Quite unfortunate that you just happened to miss. Alright, Ferris, hit him. No. Wait, you can confuse this dragon? I had no idea I could confuse that guy. That is news to me. And he still attacked Golem. That's a little bit awkward. Oh, man. I don't remember how much HP Golem has. Oh, Bone would put him into critical HP, if that worked. Then I would know exactly how much HP he had. Basically, 9 or less. Nice sword stance. There we go. Good job, everybody. You kind of don't really want to use the dancing daggers on the undead creatures here, but we don't really have a much better weapon. So I guess I'm using it anyways. Alright, welcome to the team, Golem. We don't have a summoner, but you're welcome to stick around in my magic menu, I guess. Alrighty, anything I want to do here? I think we want to use the ancient sword to try and slow down the plant. Aside from that, I guess it's just going to be whack-a-mole with the little flowers. Unequip the bone mill so we can actually heal you. That's probably a good idea. Well, let's go. Welcome to the Dragon Pod, or also the Hero Plant, whatever you want to call it. It has 12,000 HP, and all the main flower does is just spawns the little flowers. Each little flower deals exactly 100 damage with each attack, modified by a row if they are in the back row or we are in the back row. And aside from that, each one of the little flowers inflicts a random, well, not a random status effect, but a specific status effect based on which flower it is. Alright, Lena, slow down the big flower, please. You did not slow the big flower down. Alright, so we always want to knock out the flower on the right, because that's the old flower, and the two leftmost flowers are the ones that confuse and paralyze. I don't know in which order anymore. So we want to knock out these guys. Oh, we can also confuse the flowers. They are literally susceptible to every single status effect. And that flower just paralyzed the other flower, I think. Anyways, the bottom mid flower is the one that inflicts poison, and we're going to just let that one live, so to speak. Because if you kill all the flowers, the big flower is just gonna resummon all of them at the same time, but it will only do so every so often otherwise. If you don't kill all those little flowers. Knock out this one. This is more annoying. That flower specifically blinds your characters. This flower here is either paralysis or confusion. Neither is particularly pleasant, so we knock it out. Our damage output is really good, especially when we get some extra sword stances on top. Oh, he did resummon all the flowers. How inconvenient. Okay, order operations. This one has priority, then the ones on the left. And then the bottom right one. The bottom right one just blinds, which is inconvenient, but it's alright. Not axing the guy to death. Right, I could try that. That's a fair point. Wait, that's the blind flower. I thought that was the poison flower. Oh, too bad. I guess poison must be bottom right then. But yes, I could actually try to do-max this guy. But I figured we have so much damage. Just using the episode would probably be on average stronger, but we can just try for it anyways. I guess we just leave the darkness flower alive then. And at this point we have dealt so much damage. Slowing down the follower with the old effect is not really worthwhile anymore, so we just equip the episode and deal as much damage as we reasonably can, and there he goes. Easy enough. These things have really high magic defense, so Jitterbug Duet normally deals decent magic damage, but not on the little flowers. They just nullify it. But yeah, do-max would have actually had a decent chance to instantly kill the big flower. Would have been a lot faster. I kind of forgot about it, so thank you for the reminder. Then again, we did have really good physical damage. Light. It bit himself in confusion. It's not very effective. Really hit that guy. Thank you. You guaranteed one shot to Drippy, right? Yeah, definitely. Drippy has like 900 HP. What weapon do we have equipped in Galef? Alright, I remember now why I equipped something else in you. Because you have the do-max equipped. This is where, if we still had the flame bow, that would be actually a good weapon, since these things are weak to fire. Also using regular attacks as fairies, just because dancing on average is just not particularly fruitful against this guy. That reminds me, you can actually have the bone mail back for extra defense in random encounters. Bone mail also protects you against blind, and death, and poison, berserk. That's it, I think. It will get a lot of status effect immune resist thanks to that. Very convenient. The innate samurai passive to just dodge. Very handy. I'm a bit surprised the ancient sword deals more damage than the air slash weapon there. I figured the air blade would have a significantly better attack power, but it does not. In fact, does it even have better attack power than the katana? Barely, but yes. Oh, it's because you have a bunch of all of the strength equipment pieces equipped, that's why. Well, that still doesn't make all that much sense. Because the samurai should have more base strength than freelancer. Also, you rim into confusion too with the boner. I don't know if I mentioned that. But it's very convenient. Oh, good poison. I did not pay attention. Poison never kills you in the overworld, but it can bring you to 1 HP. Then the next poison tick in combat will probably kill you. Unless you heal, of course. So stance. Nice. I guess individual, like, big, strong enemies that give a lot of experience, like these dragons, are actually quite exactly what we're looking for our team. Banana gun. Goodbye. More claws. Unfortunately, Galuf is not immune to poison. Ferris would be, but Ferris is not Galuf. Icons, goodbye. Secrets. I guess we could see. We can knock these guys out efficient. Bonk. 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 Pretty good damage. Ferris, don't knock yourself out. You can confuse these guys. I'm gonna wait until he gets his turn hitting himself. Just in case we get the wind slash and don't quite knock out that guy. Hello and welcome. Welcome back to Job. Is there anything I wanted to buy but couldn't? I think I bought all equipment here. We could buy Venom Rods if we wanted to take down Puzzle Magia with them, I guess. It's the only thing I can think of right now that would warrant that, however. Besides that, let's finally stock up on some Phoenix Stones. Up to 15 is fine. And then the rest we invest in more high potions. And we can also sell some things. Let's see. Don't need the metal armor anymore. we don't really have any use for the coronet, so that's 37,000 gold right there. Very nice. So basically, max out high potions. Let's get 10 more or 11 more Phoenix Stones. And that's all we really need. The rest we could just throw at our enemies if necessary or desirable. Did we already learn dance on you? No. Probably needs the 50 threshold right there in order to learn dance, don't we? Because dance would be kind of a convenient thing to have for a certain Atmos encounter. We could gain a few extra ability points in the castle basement. How much do they give anyways? What are they called? Statues? Let's see, statue. Alright, statues give 8 ability points and 4. Probably wouldn't take too long. I'd like to have 2 extra dancers, I guess, for Atmos. Lena should not take too much longer either to learn the dance ability. So I think we can do that. I was gonna handle Atmos by just punching him really hard, but I think with dance it's a little bit more consistent. And I can go and grab another coffee while our characters are gonna finish off Atmos. Also, I guess I will want to have reflect rings. The funny thing is, if I get one character into critical HP and then have the knight cover for that character in critical HP, while both of them have reflect rings, we actually have a zero input method once we push XF into phase 2 to just straight up defeat them. We haven't really used the knight's cover ability at all so far, but in short, the knight covers an ally for a physical attack if that ally is in critical HP and the knight is at good health. Well, not in critical HP, I guess. So basically, also another thing I haven't really used is the knight's guard ability. Guard allows you to just literally take 0 damage from any physical attack coming your way, like entirely, just nullifying it. No matter how strong it is. So you can combine that with the cover ability, where the knight just guards the other character in critical HP. Not gonna take any physical damage because the knight is covering for them. And that's a setup we can use. Although we will need to push XDEF into phase 2 before that. But that should be reasonably doable, probably. Do I want the flame shields? I kind of want the flame shield over the Iggy shield, just for Omega, by the way. So that's probably gonna be my reason as to why I'm gonna pick the flame shield. That way I should have 2 flame shields after the pyramid. And I could also go and pick up an extra ice shield too if I want to. Which, by the way, I forgot there even was an ice shield in the pyramid until I saw Magus do this on his routing run, where he ran back into the pyramid grabbing the ice shield from the bottom. Thank you, Crazy Girl, for the gift sub. Thank you kindly. You get to rump things as a rabbit. Or so. Rumps the rabbit? No, I don't think that's a good idea. You will lose that battle. Anti-arms. I think the rabbit just anti-armed you, probably. Maybe. Maybe not. Georgie Marsh. It's a frog parade. Oh, nice. Time to sit up straight again, I guess. Posture check. I really need to pay more attention to that. Alrighty. Actually, we can use the Doomax here again. So I guess we will. We can also try to Ancient Sword him as well. At the same time. Also, actually, I'm gonna knock out all of the gobbledygeks, or whatever they are called, on the ship for once. Because if you have a good way of dispatching of them quickly, they have pretty decent experience, and for how simple of an encounter they tend to be. Unfortunately, you cannot re-encounter them. It's just a one-time thing. The gobbledygooks did nothing wrong and do not deserve this. Well, they're attacking the ship. That's kind of a wrongdoing, I would argue. Gobbledygek. Yes. Wait, do they have evasion, or does the Airblade have a chance to miss? They have evasion. Okay. I was a bit concerned for a second. Back attack. I disagree. I'm not the one getting back attacked here. he continues his effort to make you a character in Trails of Destiny. Good luck to you. I'm gonna wait until he attacks himself. They're pretty fast. So they go normally before our characters. So that way we avoid the damage. He must bomb himself. That also inflicts HP leak status, so that is 330 damage plus 100 if it were to land on us. 100-ish, anyways. Could be more, could be less, depending on how you menu. Actually, I don't think it's less usually. Alrighty everybody, welcome to Gilgamesh on the boat. The boat Gamesh. He has 8,888 HP. And once he drops below 6,000 HP remaining, he's gonna call in Enkidu as reinforcement. He can be ulted, he can be instantly killed by the Doom Scythe. So let's see if we get either of these effects sometime. Aside from that, he has a lot of just various single target abilities, so if you battle him as a group, he does not tend to be particularly dangerous for the most part. There is the ult status effect, now he's gonna be slowed down significantly. And there's the Doom status effect. Normally he calls in Enkidu. Enkidu, I'll leave the rest to you. Enkidu? Hey, don't leave me. So I guess the implication is that if you defeat Gilgamesh before he spawns Enkidu in the battle, these are just the one to defeat Enkidu. And if you defeat Enkidu in battle, you probably, you probably defeat Enkidu before you knock out Gilgamesh, because he's the support guy that also likes to just heal a ton. Alrighty, submarine time. Unfortunately, we cannot control the submarine, otherwise I would go head over to more and buy a bunch of wind daggers and stuff. Enkidu starts flying in, sees Gilgamesh face down, crying out for help, and begins to fly away. That's probably how that would go. I mean, in most playthroughs, Enkidu just gets knocked out before Gilgamesh. I have to admit, I don't know if Gilgamesh has specific lines or no lines at all if you defeat him while Enkidu is awake in battle. Or, well, alive. So, this place here, we kind of preferably would like to actually use an axe, because the Reflect Knights in here have really good physical defense. But we also don't want to use the Doom Axe, because we're just gonna reflect the status back at us, which is also very unhealthy. Also, I just realized, I guess you get a katana for the chance to crit. You get the Epi sword, because otherwise we don't have a good weapon for Lena. Because we could also bounce back the sleep status and stuff like that. There's also, we could pick up the Drain Sword, because we have a Knight and a Freelancer in the team. We technically can use that thing, but I don't think it's ever worth it. I wonder if the Drain Sword even properly works if you use Dance with it. I've never tried that before. Anyway, speaking of Wall Knights, there they are. They are decently fast, so we're gonna wait until he hits himself. And then we deplete his about 1600 HP with a few attacks. Very nice. And 1 in 16 times-ish, he drops us a reflect ring. We would like to have one of these at least. Preferably actually 2, because with 2 we would be able to take down X-Def relatively safely, I would argue. The ancients made a whole flying city using the earth crystals. Indeed. Sid made really pale in comparison to Ziza. They had the fire crystal, made one boat, and Ziza made a whole navy powered ships with cannons. I mean, Sid and Mid also didn't exactly have that much time to get the work done, did they? Probably. So I think this is the room where I usually tend to grind for Reflect Knights. They're a common encounter, the single Reflect Knights. So that's kind of probably where I'm gonna be sitting for a while. Also, I guess when they're confused they can just cast Wall on my characters. Which is basically Reflect. Wall is Reflect in this game. Just trying to think whether... We definitely don't need 2 reflect rings, but the thing is, you can't go back here later in order to grind out more. You need to grab them now if you want reflect rings. Unless you have a thief in your party, then you have a very easy way to get more. Also, Ferris decides to just end this encounter immediately. 25% of the time that's gonna happen. Nice, good. They actually... I don't think they... Wait, do they? Wait, what do... The transformation for the fire-powered ship... Actually, I never really thought about that. Did they turn it into a steamship? I guess. What's that? Oh, nice. These Magnetius enemies are a bit annoying because they have evasion. But then again, the travelers are even more annoying because time slip puts the character to sleep and puts the old status on them. I mean, Galof is already old, but now he's gonna continuously lose stats in combat. So that's that. The Magnetius enemies, all they ever do in combat, as long as they're not the last enemy remaining, is just pull a character from the back row into the front row with their magnet ability. But because we already are in the front row, that doesn't really do anything. Just gonna run. I don't get a sword stance on this encounter, I don't feel like fighting that one. You know what, we take a Jitterbug. I think that means I'm gonna... Well, it depends on whether we immediately get time slipped. So I guess I'm gonna run after that. These are my preferred encounters here. Also, I guess a side effect is going to be that we gain a bunch of levels here, so that's nice. Tempting Tango. And immediately untempting Tangos itself. This encounter's a lot less annoying than the other one, so it's fine to take that on, I think. Level 4 quarter would reduce our HP by 75% of our current HP. Basically bringing us to a quarter of what we had before. If our level was divisible by 4, but it isn't. I don't know what it is, but it isn't. Sword stance. Oh wow, that guy can survive that apparently. Surprising. Back attack. How inconvenient. You know what, I still take this encounter. I could move people to the front row in order to deal like full damage instead, but I think it's alright. He also deals half damage while we're in the back row. And considering how much of a potential for overkill damage we have, I think that's fine. Because both with the samurai swords can just crit. And one of the samurai swords also can just call Wind Slash, which is row agnostic. Hey Richter Shade. Welcome to you, thank you for the good luck. And I'm glad you think so. Hope you're doing well today. You know, Milk Ribs, you're just kind of making me wish we could see the interactions and the creative things Mid and Sid could come up with if they were to join forces with ZZ. But we're never gonna get that universe, unfortunately. Because one set of them decides to go to sleep forever a bit early. And we continue. Oh, that's a nice Wind Slash in this encounter. Very happy. You're all out of chocolate from Switzerland. Oh, shame. I hope it was tasty at least. Nice crit. I don't remember what the crit rate for the samurai sword says. It's like 15% or something. Let's see. Katana has a 12% critical hit rate. The air blade also has a 12% critical hit rate. Resisted to time slip. Time slip is one of those abilities where if an enemy is, or a character target is immune to either sleep or the old status effect, it's never gonna work in this version. If you play the Pixel Remaster, however, then whichever portion of sleep or ult the enemy or character target is susceptible to will still actually apply. I think that's a fine change. But it also means that Whitehall is a lot more annoying than it otherwise would be because of that kind of mechanic. I think they're just gonna run. Well, nah, it's fine. Just don't get hit again, Budson, we'll be okay. Probably should hit the Traveler horse first. That would probably make more sense. Okay, now we can hit the Magnetics. Or try to. Fun fact, the Air Blade also increases the wind damage you deal with wind elemental abilities by 50% too. And that includes Wind Slash that it can proc by itself, which is nice. Yeah, it should heal once in a while. Okay, level 25. it's like super expensive to get some here. Yeah, it is. But good to hear that it was good. Alright, slip. We run. What do you mean I can't run away while I'm put to sleep? I disagree. It has proven just now we can just run away. We're gonna have to get back to get more. Well, that's some motivation, I guess. So how much more do you need, Ferris, to get the dance ability? Well, I probably should have checked beforehand on how much Lena needed in order to get the dance ability. Hello, thank you for the good luck. Let's see. Your dancer is level 11 out of 50. Okay, so she was not really much further ahead at that point when I realized I would want to have danced than Ferris. I think Ferris had 7 points and she had 11, I guess. So not really much of a difference. Oh, Eichwart, thank you. Thank you so much for the subscribing with the Prime thing. Welcome back for 7 months. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's fine. It's not quite good enough. Need a bit of damage, Ferris, not much. Sure, I mean, it does get the job done. I specifically selected the attack command instead of the dance because a regular slash would have been sufficient. But it's fine. Oh, there it is. Is it? Was that a... Was it a... Yes, alright, we have one wall ring. I think I want the second one. That way I also get Ferris to hopefully learn the dance command. Speeding up Atmos a bunch. I think that's a good goal. Second wall ring, Ferris for the dance command, and then we climb the tower. Do I want the gold hairpin? It would be literally just for money, but I guess we would probably have enough attack power to handle the enemies there. We don't really have any like unique things to deal with them though. If it is the double yellow dragons, then well, that would be a bit sketch, but also very doable. Oh well, we'll just get a second wall ring, I guess. Can we get a third one? While we're grinding here anyways. It's kind of funny. The first wall ring was about roughly drop rate, I think. The second one, that's very lucky. I guess we could just climb the tower and battle other enemies instead of running around here, but I mean, I wouldn't mind getting more of them. If I get more, it's gonna be easier for battling the big knight in shining armor. Confused. I don't think Mystery Waltz is gonna do anything for us. Fun thing, on your current Fiesta, you got 3 reflex rings back to back, and 4th one after 5 fights. Nice. Might be a little bit more than you necessarily need, but I mean, better to have them than not have them. Worst case scenario, they're worth like 15,000 gold each, so that's pretty nice. It's like 2 ability points for this encounter, 1 for the single Reflect Knight, I think. So we're gonna get like 7 or so more encounters probably. Yeah, sure, we'll fight this. Sword stance. Bonk. And we're gonna start climbing the tower. Just knock out everything along the way, I guess. Another sword stance. Very nice. Bonk. I was wondering whether the Traveler was considered to be in the back row earlier because it dealt like 400 damage if it's physical, but it looked like it was in the back row. I think it was actually not considered the back row there. Funnily enough. Oh, let's go and save before we go to the gold hairpin chest. Because I haven't saved since I got the wall rings. There's a reasonably high chance that we're just gonna get murdered by red and or yellow dragons. Oh. That was already enough damage there, apparently. I wonder if you can put yellow dragons to sleep. Can you? Also known as yellow hydras. Yellow dragons. Nope, they are immune to sleep. You really want to go back to Fiesta but stuck at work? Yeah, I believe it. I'm lucky. I can just play the Fiesta as work. Alrighty, so we specifically do not want the bone mail equipped here, because otherwise we're going to run into trouble against the red dragon, probably just nuking us with its atomic array. I could actually, you know what? I could also equip the reflex ring instead to reflect back the atomic array. The downside is, of course, that we're going to heal it if we reflect the atomic array, but also it would mean that we would need to heal ourselves a lot less. So yeah, let's go with 2 characters with wall rings, I suggest. Alright, let's see, what do we get? Alright, it is a red dragon, so this one is undead. I think like 7,500 HP. So Jitterbug Duet is gonna backfire, but I'm gonna still try for the sword dances. Very nice, good start. It hits like it's struck with physical attacks apparently. But so do we. I guess I could have also just used Guild Toss, now I think about it. I forgot. I'm gonna have Ferris use potions for healing. There's the atomic ray, it's gonna heal itself and deal a bunch of damage to us. Probably should switch to the episode for you now, think about it. Anyways, Guild Toss. Throw money at the problem until it goes away. Works very well. And we have learned dance and got gold hairpin. Gold hairpin is just worth like, I don't know, 15,000 gold? Something like that. And that's very handy to have. I don't think wall rings really do anything for us beyond that, but it's not like Ferris has anything else to equip on her slot there, so it's fine. Actually, we could give the power ring to Ferris. You can have the Thieves' Glass, that's fine. 3 extra strength on the Dancer. Actually, it's not gonna be the Dancer because we're gonna turn her into something else. Probably the Knight, I guess, in the meantime. With Dance. No Bone Mail. You're gonna become the Dancer for now. Double Grip for now as well. Power Ring is good, Strength Armor, Ribbon is good. Oh, right, you don't have Double Grip. That's okay, you don't need it. You get the Dancing Dagger. Alright. Your current Fiesta is Meteor, plus no 750. Your jobs are Ninja, Berserker, Monk, Mine. So Liquid Flame was 4 Berserkers. Ay, ay, ay. Hope you get something else. Oh yeah, you got Ninja now. Liquid Flame 4 Berserkers is okay. It's not the most interesting experience, but it starts getting really annoying when you have to get past Biblos with just 4 Berserkers in order to get your jobs from the island or so. And of course, not to mention right after Sandworm, but that's a lot rarer, but it happens, I guess. Anyways, hope you managed to get past. Plus, look at the bright side, you're probably now leveled up and grinded up sufficiently for the foreseeable future. Yeah, level 16 works. 18 tends to be more reliable for 4 Berserkers Liquid Flame, I think. I don't remember what the thresholds were, to be honest. Anyways, now, we unequip the Slumber Blade on Ferris here, because either Galaf or Ferris needs to stay alive in order to inflict the sleep status upon this guy here. Come on. Alright, 11 takes a nut, that's perfectly fine. So you can just attack in the meantime. But Lena, you equip the Sleep Blade, Slumber Blade. 50-50 chance to proc the sleep move. Let's hope it works. And just attack with Gallof while it doesn't, to get extra damage. And this thing has 20,000 HP. It is susceptible to sleep. Not getting the sleep right now. Then again, we have so much damage that it's unlikely to matter much. Oh, this is, by the way, why we're reflectoring here too. Fun fact. Because now T and Galef no longer want to attack here. With their usual attack things. So, let's do this. Let's move Ferris into the back row. Galef, you just move into the back row as well. This thing is asleep. Enemies in Final Fantasy V do not wake up when they're asleep, unless you do a regular physical attack on them. Dance does not count as a regular physical attack, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try and put the other two to sleep as well. Well, Ferris put him to sleep. Very nice, Galaf is asleep. And then I need to put Butts to sleep, although he has extra evasion, which is a bit annoying for that. I cannot unequip his evasion. Oh yeah, he had an accessory. I guess I could have unequipped that one before the battle, but not now. So he has a pretty high chance of just not getting hit. There you go. Didn't sleep. You might be wondering, wait, why do you put them to sleep? Just so I can hold down the A button in order to win the battle. I guess I could also knock him out, that's also a possibility. Come on, fairies. 2 sword stances already. There we go. Alrighty, now these two are asleep. We move fairies back into the front row. This is why we gave her the Dance ability. And equip the proper weapon on her, which is the Epi Sword, the strongest weapon I currently have available. Dance. And dance. And I'm gonna put a weight onto my A button so it holds down, and I'm gonna grab another coffee. I will be right back. Enjoy the Optimus battle, I guess. Didn't work. Did it work now? I think it worked. Alright, be right back. Coffee. Coffee time! Alrighty, let's see we win. I guess I didn't really explain the boss, but as long as we have at least one character knocked out on the floor, he is just gonna try and absorb that character into its big open mouth. And if you don't have one on the floor, then he's just gonna toss you like 4 comets every time you get a turn or something like that. He's really fast because he has innate haste. If you don't have a way to put Atmos to sleep, you can actually just damage raise him. With a team like this, we would easily have enough damage to just outpace him and knock him out before he would absorb the last character. Or you can also just strategically revive a character and knock out another character yourself when one character gets really close to getting absorbed into its big open mouth. Delicious cooldown. Welcome to the underwater thing. Alrighty, I think we're gonna go and grab a bunch of wind daggers and knock out Metamorphos along the way is the plan. Because... wait, am I in the correct place here? No, too far to the right. That's why we pick up the map. Huh. I've never seen that before. This guy just runs around in place like this. At least for a bit. Alrighty, let's buy 3 air lance attackers. I guess the air blade is not actually wind damage. Is it? I actually don't know. Let's buy 4, just in case it isn't. Let's see, do we have more damage? things. Is it? It is wind damage? Nice. So we'll actually be able to use that efficiently then. Like, I know the wind slash is wind damage. I'm just not sure about the basic attack. Alrighty. Metamorpha? No. I think this first room always guaranteed has these little radiator slimes in it instead. The further in you go, the less radiators, the more metamorphas. So now we should be able to start seeing metamorphas along the way. I'm going the wrong way. Alrighty, metamorpha enemy. We have 7000 HP. Don't give any experience or money, for the most part. Actually, I'm not sure about the money part. 817. 814. They are weak to wind, however. No, I don't think that dagger does wind damage. And the weapon does wind damage. Anyways, they turn into various forms. And we actually do not want to knock them out in their secondary forms. We specifically want to knock out the Metamorpha enemy in their base form. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not actually extra damage there. Admittedly, it is still a lot of damage and chance to crit. So I guess dual wielding the strong weapons we have might still be better damage. I probably should just test it, shouldn't I? Anyways, the wind daggers deal in fact wind damage, they are weak to wind. And we are looking for a rare drop from these guys. We have a 1 in 16-ish chance to get a light staff, or staff of light. So that would be nice to have for the final boss battle of this realm. Let's see, you only get the dagger anyways. Air blade is for you, or your attack. You don't get double, you do have double grip. You don't need dance anymore though. 814, 1500. The episode might be stronger if we two-hand it. Hit rate is gonna deal 25% to our max health and damage, unless we have the bone metal equipped, then it's double that. Alright, let's give you double grip. Health cape for speed, strength hammer for damage, episode. I guess the second strongest weapon I have is a slumber blade. Alright, let's see. $1,224. 880. Okay, the wind daggers are way stronger on probably butts and T. And it's also probably stronger on Ferris as well. I actually did not pay attention to the damage number just now. For the other city is lower. $11.28. You get a wind dagger. Yeah, that's way more. Alright. That's way more damage with the wind dagger for you. And I'm pretty sure it would also be more damage with Ferris as well. By the way, fun fact, Metamorphos don't do anything on their very first turn. They're actually faster than everybody except for our dancer. They only transform on their second turn. So I guess we don't need you as a knight anymore, so we turn you back into a knight. I guess we could try for one dance, because unless it's a preemptive strike, we're otherwise never going to have enough damage for this. There's no chance for a crit from any of the other weapons that are not samurai based. So, one chance for... Oh! He can be confused. I actually didn't realize that, so maybe I should always try for a dance on the second turn. But then again, what's better? 2 chances of sword stance? Would it I actually don't know if it resets an enemy's AI script if they get confused. So I guess we have 2 opportunities to deal enough damage then. Because this should be almost enough damage to knock him out in 2 sets of attacks. With the rest of the party, that is. So I think that zombie breath here is gonna deal potentially enough damage to knock out some of our characters. It did indeed. Everybody? Oh no. You got a high roll there. I didn't save in a while. Alright. That went convenient. Like, I knew he had a decently strong zombie breath. But I figured, some of our characters are gonna survive it. Nope. Apparently not. That's a whoopsie. One way to put it, yeah. You know what? We can use this opportunity to take a quick KO. It still hits the enemies, even if you hit your own characters. There we go. We'll revive her afterwards. Okay, we do have the dance on you already, right? Yeah. In this case, we already equipped the Slumber Blade. Let's go. That's very inconvenient. On the bright side, we didn't get any light staves that we lost. We just lost like, what, 15 minutes of gameplay? That's alright, because the cave down there, I generally speaking, don't even consider dangerous. Because if you want to run away, you can generally run away reasonably reliably against everything. It's just in this case, I wanted to battle everything. Well, a bit too careless apparently. Welcome to Final Fantasy V. Gonna wait until Butts attacks. And there's the sleep. Wake up Lena. And gift us, I guess. You put on the good sword. Start dancing. Dance. Did I forget to save off the barrier tower? I didn't forget, I didn't think I needed to. That's the short version. You know what, Galef? You can grab the Slumber Blade and try to put him to sleep. Happens to the best of us. Yep. I mean, I could just throw money at this guy. We do have plenty right now. Actually, wouldn't Galef almost knock out Butts if he does hit? Maybe I should put both of them in the back row to reduce the damage from the Slumber Blade. There's one sleep on this guy. I think the Slumber Blade has like a 50% proc chance, if I'm not mistaken. The sleep status itself is not guaranteed to land for what it's worth, though. Might be only like 1 in 3, though. There it is. Alright, good job, Galef. I was toying with the idea at some point to try and do a damageless run through Final Fantasy V, but I have absolutely no idea how you would do damageless Atmos, because he is always faster than your characters. Unless you use significant glitches to get Hermes handles early. Then I guess you can go before him. First Goblin always gets a hit on you, and the damageless stream would be over. I mean, yes, but I would also argue that it's base tutorial, it doesn't count. Like basically the rest of the game would still be very interesting to try and work around it. Well, most of the rest of the game. The Wing Raptor would be a big lottery, because you just have a 10% chance to block its first attacks with a leather shield. Because you kind of want to fight that guy relatively early. Because you don't want to get into a back attack in the regular encounters. Because if you do, you just also take some damage. And you kind of want to get the Thief class chop unlocked as early as possible, so you don't get back attacked anymore. But yes, the very first goblin would just hit you. That is very true. But I think it would be interesting enough to try and route the rest of the game beyond that. But yeah, Atmos is basically the big barrier where I would need to use Major Glitch in order to get past that guy again, damageless. At which point, it feels a little bit weird to try and do the rest of the game without major glitches and stuff. But I guess it would be plausible. But if anybody has an idea on Atmos, aside from you do have a 1 in 9th chance for him to not attack at all on his turn. Alternatively, if you consider instant death not as taking damage, that would be an alternative too. Because then you intentionally get one of your characters level 5 doomed. And I guess you would need to pick up Doom through a Reflect Knight beforehand, because no damage number pops up if you do that. But obviously your character is knocked out on the ground with 0 HP, so you did take damage. Even if no damage number pops up. But aside of like the only other thing that I would have been able to consider there. A spaceship. Watches asleep. I must stuff a spaceship into the food box somehow. The rabbit approaches the food box, only for a massive spaceship to launch out of the food box. The rabbit wants to get on the ship, but it has nowhere nearby to land. Oh. Nice. Did somebody approve or suggest something else earlier? Because I have 2 other suggestions I forgot to maybe approve. Oh, you can actually follow the corals in order to get over here without a map. Maybe I'll remember that next time. Also, let's save this time. And we also know for a fact that we want the air land sets for everybody. So no guessing games. Oh yeah, reminds me. Turn fairies back into dancer. With double grip for extra attack power. Elf cape, strength armor, you're gonna get a new weapon soon. Turn you back into a knight with double grip. Wall ring is fine. I guess we could also buy diamond helmets for taking half damage from lightning. We do have the money, I think. Diamond helmets. Any diamond equipment you equip gives you half damage from things and stuff. Oh yeah, you can have the power ring. From any lightning damage. There we go. Eventually my brain gets the words together. 4 air lancets, please. Thank you very much. 1 air lancet, 2 air lancers, 3 air lancers, 4 air lancers. Alright, now we save again, before we go back down into what apparently is a dangerous cave. It's so funny to me. I just never think of Gita's keys as being a dangerous part. But I do suppose, thinking about it, some of the forms do have some decent damage potential against you. Most notoriously, honestly, the zombie dragons, because the damage range of zombie breath is crazy. It could do as low as like 150 damage, probably, and as high as, well, 800, 900 damage, as evident by my entire party getting one shot. I actually thought it was poison breath, to be fair, when the zombie dragon showed up, not zombie breath, which is notably a fair bit weaker. Although I do think it has the same high damage range. We could put a bone mail on somebody in order to circumvent that, but then if Ifrit shows up, the bone mail user just takes half of the HP in damage, so pick your poison, I guess. Zombie Rep is a sleeper game ender, yeah. It's probably the biggest reason why going at XDEF in the Fiesta routing that we did, we didn't go at XDEF at the end of War 2 at an earlier level. Because you need to have a decent amount of HP on everybody in order to reliably survive zombie breath. If it wasn't for zombie breath, I probably would have immediately just battled him at whatever level I happened to be at when I arrived there. Sword stance, very nice. These things have 7000 HP, so this will just defeat him. Learn equip armor. Unfortunately, equip armor is just equip heavy armor, and there's not really any particularly good heavy armor in the game that you want to equip. So not terribly useful. Actually, I do wonder whether equip armor would allow you to equip a bone mail on a mage, for example. I've never tried that. Let me actually see whether that would be a thing. I know I don't have a mage class right now, but just for science. Wait, who has the equip armor? Lena does. Just for science, I want to actually use equip armor. You can equip the bone mail with this. Okay, so it actually has some niche uses. Back to night. Yeah, sure, you can keep the bone mail. Save us, Lena, from the zombie breath. Alright, so you can equip the bone mail with equip armor, so that seems decent at least. I've never actually even had any consideration for ever using equip armor. Because realistically, if you use any equip from the knight, it's either for the shield, which is just categorically a crazy good thing, because shields are really, really good in this game. Hit yourself. Or that works too. Let's actually see if he skips or used his first turn there. Is he going to... Okay, he's skipping his first turn. So if I get a confusion, wait for his turn and we actually get him before he transforms too. It's pretty good. Anyways, you either use equip shield or equip sword. Equip shield is just crazy good because, well, shields are crazy good in this game. So I would usually put a shield on a black mage or so, which is really nice. Just never really thought about equipping a bone mail through that until now. Yeah, you got your thief as your 5th job. Which job do you think should you drop? You have ninja, berserker, monk, and mime. Honestly, I think the one thing that doesn't really... The one job that doesn't really synergize with the remainder is probably mime. Because mime is more of a freelancer for spellcasters kind of deal. But it can also just be a fun character to use because you can equip 4x or like 3 ability. So you equip, I don't know, barehanded, throw, and equip axes on it. And it could actually be pretty decently strong. Anyways, what would you throw? Like ninja is the strongest one of the bunch without any question. I personally probably would drop... I kinda like monk. Berserker or mine, probably. Flip a coin. And yeah, I think mime can still be interesting because being able to equip 3 abilities is very unique. You can have like plus 30% HP from monk, as well as master the monk, if you will, in order to gain like a crazy high HP pool on your mime, because the mime does inherit the mastered stats from the other characters. So if you master monk, you have crazy high HP and really good strength. Then you can also equip axes or barehanded on that same mime. And you have a really strong melee fighter with like crazy health totals. And I think mimes can equip shields, right? I'm actually not sure about that. I actually don't know what mimes can equip. I think mime could be fun if you want to explore that road. Okay, that's not what we need, fairies. We need another dance. Tails, dropping Berserker. Okay then. No more Doom Scythe for you, unfortunately. Ha, he can ice himself. But he tries to anyways. Right, good luck on your run. Oh. So with this information we can just attack with fairies. Although arguably I could still just keep dancing. Because the others will finish it off. And if the fairies keeps dancing, she has a chance to finish it off slightly earlier. Mimes can only wield nice boomerang staffs and rods. Boomerangs. I've never had a good reason to use the Morning Sun boomerang in World 3. Maybe that could be a reason. I don't think it would be particularly great, but I mean it would be something. Alrighty, Lena, your time to shine. Don't get zombie breath, everybody. Let's see. Yeah, this time everybody survived it comfortably. Like only 240 damage on buds. Admittedly, still a lot of damage on everybody else. Wait. Wait, zombie breath didn't heal Lena. Huh, okay. I thought zombie breath was poison damage. Apparently it's not. Okay then. I probably knew that at some point and then forgot again. How inconvenient. Speaking of inconvenient, we didn't get a single light staff drop. You know what? I'd like to have one light staff, or staff of light, just to push X-Def into phase 2 slightly more efficiently. Brave Blade. Unfortunately, you can only suggest something that has like a single word in it. Like briefly, you would need to write in one word. Rabbi after slashing with a chicken knife. Zombie breath is poison damage in later versions, at least it is in the remake. Interesting. It could even be like a thing that it is in fact poison damage in the Game Boy Advance version too. And it's just this one where they forgot. Then again, they didn't fix the Akku rig not being water damage, which I assume is an oversight. But I guess I don't technically know. Actually, let's see how much experience do we gain from a Metamorpha encounter here. Oh, wait, you get another one. I forgot about that part. Change! Rock friends. Oh, you resist the frog zone. It is 777 gil, so it's actually, I guess, an okay amount of money. 5 experience and 3 ability points. It's also decent ability points, I guess, but 5 experience? That's not a whole lot, is it? Come on, Ferris. No. Wait, we defeated it before it transformed anyways? Is that a preemptive strike? Also, we're just gonna run away from this. I don't feel like moving everybody into the front row. Well, I guess we run away from these anyways. Oh, he's gonna use Arrow 3 here. It's one of the few ways to learn Arrow 3 early on a Blue Mage. Which can be extremely helpful against the Wind or the Seal Guardian, since it's a really strong, like, Blue Magic offensive spell, which you don't have that many of, in terms of just raw damage output. Everybody takes ice damage. I think this is like snow breath, frost breath. Oh, it's ice too. Nah, that's not that bad. I say that, that's still 300 damage each. It's a good chunk. Thank you for the suggestion. Appreciate it. Oops. Alrighty, and that's gonna be 25% of their maximum HP to everybody. At least we don't seem to see any zombie dragon ones. Metamorph only have 3 potential transformations, and there's like 3 or 4 different types of Metamorphos for each transformation. Depending on which room you fight, the various transformations are more or less rare. I have no idea which one is rare, exactly. How's this run been going with so little magic? Honestly, quite well so far. Because our physical offense is really, really good. Even without the dance's random antics. Both the samurai and freelancer can equip or double grip weapons, so we have 3 characters double gripping strong weapons of all sorts. So our damage output is just great. And yes, we always can just throw money at our troubles as well. which is definitely a solution to a bunch. I'm just trying to get a singular Staff of Light here, so I'll be using it against X-Death to push him into phase 2 sooner rather than later. I was thinking if I just get one along the way, I'm gonna farm a second one, but I mean, these things are not particularly quick to farm, I guess. It's not too bad. I would guess this is about the same speed as we would farm a wall ring in at this stage. 25% damage to everybody. And unfortunately, absolutely no actual experience in these encounters. It's a bit of a shame. Ah, there's the Staff of Light. Nice, we got one. Let's leave. Hey, look. This guy would like to give us a second one. Oh, nice of you, Mr. Metamorpha. I appreciate that. I think this is literally the last room where Metamorphas can appear that I'm going to walk through here. Though I'm not entirely sure whether that's true or not. Maybe Metamorphos can appear in the previous or in the next room as well. Well, like the wall ring. Didn't get one for a while and then just 2 in a row. Oh hey, look, there are Metamorphos. Thank you for proving me wrong. How convenient. I'm still gonna try for another one. That would be fun. Nice. Confusion is great because it means we knock this thing out before it can transform. Sword Dance goes the same way. Actually, this is probably the same room as the one on the right, so there would have also been Metamorphos in here. This one here, I'm pretty sure is just the Slimies. And I still could be wrong. Alrighty, and that's everything we needed from here. 2 Staves of Light. Just because why not? The game throws in a second one for free. Grind out one, get a second one for free. I think that's nice of you, game. Alrighty, now we're gonna get into the forest. And in the forest we actually want to do a thing. We don't have a way to berserk our own character, do we? Now that would just be way too convenient. But no, I don't think we do. I guess we also don't have to... Well, it would just be convenient. It doesn't matter too much. Anyways, we need one character for our team to be minute. Preferably it would be Galef as the freelancer. But I'm not picky. Somebody needs to get minute. Alrighty, we also go back to our actual stronger weapons, because, well, we cannot two-hand daggers, unfortunately. Big shame. So everybody except for Ferris goes back to their previous weapons. Because of course the enemies in here are not necessarily weak to wind anymore. They're just weak to dying. Oh hey, look! I think that's a good encounter for trying to get our characters minute. He absorbs MP, that's actually a good thing, because we kind of want them to have extra MP to try and mini the characters here. Like, unironically, it's a good thing for him to get extra MP, because they run out of MP very fast. And that thing is down. Now we just wait for these guys to mini one of us. Tiny song. I mean, arguably we could do this later in the... You know what? That's fine. We have many fairies now. I was about to say we could do this just later into the dungeon. Or well, the forest. Because then we could gain extra levels. Then again, we just leveled up. So I think it's fine to just run away from the remainder of the encounters here. Yeah, that's fine. The encounters in here are reasonably reliable to be run away from. And thanks to the dancer being decently fast, we don't even have the troubles of enemies slapping us before we can run away. It's usually a concern when you have a particularly slow arrangement of jobs like samurais, knights, freelancers. Why Mini? Mostly, so Mini has two useful traits to it. One, which is what I've used in the opening race too, is your shield evasion doubles. So if you have a flame shield that blocks 40% of the enemy's attacks, it is increased to 80%, so it's a lot of... basically almost no chance for the enemies to hit you with physical attacks anymore. I mean, it can still happen, as proven also in the opening race. But it's reasonably rare. Normally anyways. But the other useful thing is, you deal almost no physical damage anymore. Which in this case is gonna be a good thing, because my entire strategy on how to defeat the crystals is to just have one character try and insta-kill them with doom. You wouldn't imagine the samurai to be slow. Samurai has baseline... I think that's 27 speed dash. Like, it's relatively slow. Technically slightly faster than a freelancer, I think. Although I'm actually not sure about that. But relative to other jobs anyways, it is one of the slower ones. No guild toss? I guess we could guild toss the things. That would technically be an option. But I haven't learned guild toss on a second character yet, have I? We have, actually. Huh. I have to admit I didn't even consider that. We could probably just guild toss the crystals. That is a very fair point. That is arguably a lot more efficient than using Mini. Basically, I was just gonna have fairies stay Minute, become the freelancer, the Doom Axe, and then just keep punching with her tiny fists until the Doom Axe procs and knocks out the crystal. But guild toss feels like it would be a lot more reliable, huh? That's a very good point, actually. Let's do that. I actually tend to forget that I have guild toss, to be completely honest. Samurai is just like a really solid offensive class in conjunction with Knight. So I think I'm delaying the Moogle appearing by interacting with the flames, if I'm not mistaken. Every time my character does a little hop, the timer until the Moogle arrives freezes probably. So don't do that if you want the Moogle to arrive sooner rather than later. Fire indeed, thought. But yeah, guild toss is a significantly better choice. I will guess it deals about 3000 damage to the crystals, so we need to have like 2000-ish damage on each crystal in order to push them into the reach of a double guild toss knocking them out. So we'll try that. I'm gonna stop. The Moogle can't appear when I'm playing with fire. Let's heal up to full. Mr. Moogle, I need you to move out of the way. Mr. Moogle, please move. You can't go up. NPCs cannot go through doorways. Mr. Moogle. Mr. Moogle, you need to switch directions to walk in. Some NPCs are like very stuck and just walking back and forth. And apparently this Moogle decided that it goes up and then down. So it will probably just take a while until it finally changes direction. There we go. Mr. Moogle is protecting you from the fire. The fires were already out at that point. Anyways, Mr. Moogle did protect us from the fire. That is indeed accurate. We get the flame shield. If we pick up the chest before the fire burns down the forest, it would be an Aegis shield, which blocks 33% of all spells, including damaging ones. Flame shield just absorbs fire damage as healing, which is actually the reason I'm picking it up. I want one of these for the Chimera encounter and the Omega encounter. Why did I think Chimera? Also, we get a new sword for the knight. A really strong one. It deals fire-based damage. Which, you know, that's kinda nice. We also probably should move to the front row. Flame tongue sword. Let's see, let me actually look up on how Gyutos works. How much damage do we expect, and... Alright, the attack power of Gyutos is your level plus 10. And your attack multiplier is 150. So basically 10 plus your level times 150 in order to figure out how much damage we would do. Minus whatever enemy's defenses are. So this means on the Seal Guardian we have a defense of 0, well, no, it's 10, excuse me, I thought it was 0. 10 defense, so that means basically our level 26 times 150 is the damage we're gonna do. And 150 times 26 is 3,900 damage. This means 2 guild tosses is actually just gonna win us a game right there. Alright, Galuf, you're gonna become a... that's a ninja, it's not a samurai. Why does Galuf ninja look a lot like a samurai anyways? Doesn't matter what you get, because unfortunately for us, we're gonna take a rather permanent nap after this. You're gonna go freelancer for now, with guild toss. And I guess we can just have everybody in the back row. So we expect to see 3,900 damage per guild toss. How much does it cost us actually? It's level times 50 per enemy. So it is 26 times 50. How much is that? 1,300 each. So 4,000, 5,200. So that's 10,400 gold invested. Just to get rid of the Seal Guardians very easily. I think. Alrighty. Welcome to the Seal Guardian. They have 7,000 HP each. And They are very scary once they drop below 3000 HP remaining. But they don't get to do that here. Giltas is funny. So, how much damage will we do to X-Def in X-Def's castle? X-Def in X-Def's castle has 25 defense. So that is 36 minus 25 is 11 times 150. Is 1650 damage with guild toss per attack. Which honestly, that's actually pretty respectable in terms of damage. Actually, it's really good. Let's not beat around the bush, that is really good damage against X-Def at the end of World 1. Easy peasy, that fight is usually one you have to prepare for. Yeah, I was just gonna use the Doom Axe and mini a character and just wait until the minute character eventually dooms all the crystals, because the mini character does not deal enough damage to push them into their critical HP phase. But turns out with Giltos I just don't have to do that. How convenient. Alrighty, so I gave Galef the bone mail, so I could use a Phoenix down on him in order to end this battle early. We need to deal 7000 HP in damage in order to push X-Def into phase 2 here. But funnily enough, the Reflect Ring mostly does really good damage against him back. We have evasion. And again, Galef can't normally die here, but you can use a Phoenix then on the Bone Mill character. You can use Blue Mage to explode or healing ability in order to knock out your character prematurely and end the battle. The game still proceeds as normal, as if you just, you know, end the cutscene battle the normal way. So there's that. Also, I think I have to attack at least once we deal 7000 damage. Actually, does this guy have a finite amount of HP? He has 50,000 HP. He does yell at us. Kinda funny. He just does all the damage to himself. Except for Meteor. I'm pretty sure I have to attack in order to advance the cutscene, but so far it's just advancing by itself without me doing anything. Oh, it looks like he's just attacking now. So I guess I do have to attack him here. That's why, huh? It's a shame. It would have been funny if he just depleted his 50,000 HP and Galuf just sits there, refusing to die. But you have to attack him here in order to advance the cutscene. You just think of the Austin Powers scenes. Why won't you die? I actually don't know that one. Admittedly, pretty much all of the Austin Powers scenes I know from, like, internet memes. I assume that's something like Spaceballs, but there's probably a bunch more. Welcome to Magic Freak, how goes it? Quite fine. Except for Galuf. Galuf is taking a nap for a while, until he wakes up to save us at the very end. Just briefly, and then he goes back to sleep. I guess in the meantime I can turn you back into a samurai. Double grip. Off cape. Samurai can have so much evasion in this game, it's crazy. You miss cheesy parody films like Spaceballs, Austin Powers and Galaxy Quest. I would just guess there's probably more out there nowadays. But from what I understand, those are the classics. Actually, for a long time, I thought I just straight up didn't like slapstick. But it turns out, movie slapstick is just too fast for me. I really like it when it's in book form. Because it's just kind of really strange and fascinating to think about all of these concepts. So in book form, I have enough time to think about them and actually appreciate the humor in it. Such as the Discworld series. I really should get back to reading Discworld books. I only read the Death series. Actually, in this case, maybe right now is a good time to ask, what other Discworld series would you recommend to read afterwards, if I might ask? Not too bad. Trying to figure out if Berserker, Red Mage, Samurai, Ninja can beat both Omega and Shinryu. Definitely Shinryu. Might be a bit awkward, but can do it. Actually, it's not even that awkward. Image from the Ninja is crazy good. And with the Red Mage, as long as you farm a power staff, you can Berserk it. Speaking of which, I will need to farm one of those. Omega? It's definitely doable. I think your best bet is... Yeah, no, the Omega is doable, although kind of awkward. It's definitely doable. Actually, can you even get a power staff once you're in World 3? I don't know if you can still get one. I guess you can get the Wonder Wand. The Wonder Wand can also Berserk, in case you miss the power staff. That's an alternative. Also, Kara, you're a freelancer. I guess that's actually okay. Because Galuf was my freelancer before. You can have a wall ring. Bone mail. Actually, you need double grip as an ability, my friend. I guess we can have guard. Why not? Bandana for extra attack power. Flame sword. Actually, no. I'm gonna get another sword soon. But you can equip any weapon, right? Then again, flame sword and ice sword will probably be my best weapons either way, so yeah, that's fine. You love all the Discord books. Most people recommend reading the Watch book first, because they're very popular. The Watch, you say? Right. Let me actually just open a tab. Discworld, the Watch. Ankh-Morpork City Watch. I assume that's that one. Thank you for the recommendation. If you like this world, you just read them in release order, and that's nice, because you're seeing the world evolve in the order Terry wrote it. There's a lot of cross-reference jokes between different areas. I suppose that would be another way to do that. I was just actually mostly intrigued by the concept of that universe's death being portrayed the way it is. So I just wanted to read the entire series from that perspective because of it. Guards would be the first one from the Watch series. I think this song here might be the closest to a song I don't necessarily like too much in the game, mostly because it has a really strong, like, high-pitched tone throughout, but it still sounds good. I still like it. It's just very strong as an impression for the song. Somebody earlier asked whether there's any song in the game that I don't like. That song is probably as close as it gets to it, but again, I still like it. I think it's still good. The pyramid is the last chance to get a power staff. You can get one in the pyramid? Really? But you can go back to the pyramid. Guards, men-at-arms, feet of clay, Jing, 5th elephant, night watch, thud, snuff. Thank you, Adok. There's a lot in the City Watch storyline because they were very popular. If you like Discworld's death, you should read Morp and Reaperman. Is that also in Discworld? Or is that a different one? Terry Pratchett. Oh, right, Terry Pratchett is the Discworld person. Death appears as a cameo in almost every book. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Oh yeah, you're right, Black Warlocks can appear in chess, rarely. You're right, I forgot about that. Yeah, but that would be the awkward farm unless you have a guaranteed way to run away. Alrighty. Let's move on in to the next area. Alrighty, thank you for the suggestions, appreciate them. But yeah, I've read all of the death-related books to my knowledge. I'm actually not 100% certain about that. I think we're gonna give Ferris the... No, we're gonna give somebody else the bone mail. Who wants the bone mail, guys? Probably a character that cannot dodge otherwise. Let's give it to... You have a wall ring. No, actually, let's give it to Ferris, who does not have a wall ring. We'll have to Trident. No, you can't double grip a Trident, can I? Or about a spear. Button. After City Watch, your favorite books are a few of the later ones with moist lip wick in them, going postal, making money, raising steam. They're kind of transformational for the books though, as it's all like changing the setting with modern industrialization stuff. You feel that the setting would be kind of hard to continue with after many more of those. Curious? Okay. Thank you. Can you have you considered a challenge run where you can only use dropped or stolen items? I don't know if I've done that before, but yes, I think the challenge is occasionally called living off the land, where you're not allowed to spend any money in towns. It's an interesting one for sure. Because it makes some of the more powerful classes like ninja not be quite as incredibly overpowered if you go down that route, because a lot of the tools ninjas use are, you know, based on the scrolls, but they're still really good. The quote-unquote truth is in a similar vein to those three, but different characters. That's about introducing newspapers. But yeah, I've seen the living off the land kind of challenge before, but I've never done one of these myself, I don't think. Also, did Magus finish his run already, by the way? Because I haven't actually seen his stream recently. Because he started his run without even going to bed after winning the opening race. Just because he's Magus, I guess. By the way, these magic dragons weak to wind. But I'm not gonna bother equipping the wind daggers on everybody just for those. Won't dance have a reverse effect on the drain dances? On the zombies and the undeads, yes. Charm. This is why we have the bone meal equipped. We're immune to charm thanks to that. At least on one character. And we have the reflex ring equipped on Kara to be immune to it otherwise. Oh, that guy's already dead. That's not good. The reason why that's not good is because this guy is now gonna use instant death attacks when he's the only enemy remaining in combat. Oh. I guess he didn't get a turn. Or maybe he skipped his turn. Anyways, those are the ones we wanna farm for power staves, but this is not the most common area where they appear in. In fact, I'm pretty sure in that room in particular, that was a rare encounter. This room here is a lot more common with them inside. Charm, how inconvenient. This is why we keep weak daggers around, like a knife, just so I can knock you out of your stupor. Okay, good thing that didn't hit Ferris, because she would take double damage from that. Cool stance that guys, no? fire. Snap out of it, that's stab. No power staff yet. Would be convenient to get one. Actually, we do have a way to Berserk. Well, now we do. Previously we didn't. Do I want the Gale Bow? I guess it might be useful for our guys. The downside is, of course, walking through the group. Here is a lot of damage to everybody. Here we have the Gale Bow. Let's get an encounter before we go back into the lava. And these guys here are golems, which means if we just ask them, well, alright, I was gonna try and make a joke with killing them softly, but I think that train has sailed away. Too soft to live. Yeah, I guess spaceships. I like the spaceships though. Spaceships, train sailing. What's next? Steam-powered sledges. I mean, obviously. Oh wow, are they weak to fire? It must be, because I'm pretty sure that was double damage right there. I actually didn't realize they were weak to fire. Huh. So we need to have Kara specifically target... not Kara, Lena target those walls by herself. Anyways, finish this off please. Thank you. I don't think it works if you say it with a singing bird. Yeah, I didn't realize those were weak to fire. I wanna say I learned something today, but I probably knew that at some point and just forgot. That's usually how that goes. Charm, how inconvenient. That is the person with the fire sword. Let's have you not hit our own party, please. Well, at least Ferris gets healed. Ow. Turns out these things hit decently hard too. Wait, that means it's just gonna be the wizard remaining, isn't it? Oh well, who's gonna die? Actually, hit Ferris with a Doom spell, that would be ideal. That way she gets healed to full. I just skipped his turn instead. A deadly mistake. You rolled your team for the year. Black Mage, Red Mage, Ninja Dragoon. Nice, that's pretty good actually. Thank you for the good luck and good luck to you. Right, soft. And we absolutely want to knock out the Dark Wizard before we knock out the other guy. As mentioned, they love to use instant death attacks if they are the last enemy remaining. They have Break, they have Doom, and they have Exile. Although they might actually skip their first turn. They did that twice so far. Oh, it is not good. We don't want to do that. Okay, do not dance against these guys, because they use level 3 spells when they're confused. Otherwise it's only level 1 and level 2 spells. Rip Ferris. do not want to confuse these guys. I do not dance on their nose. Speaking of sailing trains, another game I would like to return to sometime is Sunless Skies. It's such a fascinating universe. There's no functional reason for me to soft the guy in the back first, by the way. Wow. Rude. Maybe I should go outside and... Wait, Lena, why did you go before the Phoenix Down? We actually lose the Phoenix Down too. And Kara doesn't even get the experience for it. That is so rude. You skipped the queue, Lena. That is not okay. Alright, order for operations. We want to go through first to save. Because that room in particular has a bunch of dragons in them. Scary dragons. Very scary. I guess this is where I would want to have equipped shield on my dancer. The last ability of dancer is equip ribbon. Is there ever a reason for me to want to have equip a ribbon on a character? Not really, and the stats don't really matter too much for a freelancer either, so I suppose I don't care to specifically keep Ferris as the dancer at this point, so I think we're gonna switch Kara over to be a dancer instead, because she does have equipped shields, and we switch Ferris to be the freelancer. And you have double grip, and I guess you have dance. Would I use dance? Sure. Yes, yes I would. Alright, we get the wall ring, strength armor, ribbon. We give the ribbon to the dancer because the dancer has the lowest HP. Alright, you get this. Actually, keep the bone mail, it's fine. Bone mail. This is where ice shields are gonna be nice. Very nice shields. I guess the main downside of having Kara as the dancer is she has by far the lowest vitality stat of any character, so this is literally as low as the HP can go for a character at this point in time, on this level specifically. Hello, welcome to Decapent, hope you're doing well. Alright, we got one item out of this, and... Alright, not a dangerous encounter. But it's a back attack, so it's fine. I think these bundle quars, they use Blaster when they're the last enemy remaining, which is basically 50-50 chance to either instantly kill the target or paralyze the target. Neither is particularly pleasant. So you kinda want to knock them out before they are the last enemy remaining. Kinda like the Dark Wizards. Anyways, which weapon did I get? Was it the... No, it was the Knight Sword. So we can have the Ice Brand on you, and we can have the Firebrand or Flame Sword on you. I guess we could put Ferris into the back row with the Gale Bow, but it's not exactly reliable damage with that. I think the Gale Bow has, what, a 25% chance to trigger the Rapid Fire attack, which effectively deals 4 hits at half power, but it also ignores evasion and ignores enemy's defense, but it's also random targeting, so it's great against single targets. So I think I'll use that against X-Def, I guess. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Going from Galef to Kara / Kryle is such a fascinating development. Total stat 180. It is actually, it's true. Kara has the lowest vitality, Galef has the highest. Galef has the lowest agility, Kara has the highest. And probably she also has higher magic power than Galef. Yeah, it's honestly it's true. Now that you mention it, the stats are kind of inverted. I think she also has the lowest strength. No, that was Lena, wasn't it? I don't actually know. Maybe they're tied. Anyways, Kotetsu sword, new samurai sword. This one is just stronger. I think it also has a... Doesn't it also have a stronger or a higher chance to crit? No, it's also 12%. Still the same old 1 in 8. Well, I say 1 in 8. It says 12%. That's slightly less than 1 in 8. Dance. Who has the fire sword right now? I think Ferris. So you can hit the front guy, you hit the back guy. Yeah, that guy in the back takes half damage, but we do want to knock him out before. The wolves, or the blind wolves are literally blind, so they missed 75% of their physical attacks. Oh, he just blasted himself. And got the 50-50 to instantly die. I actually have never seen the blaster on the own character. It just goes straight up. Ferris is an all-rounder. She actually has the highest total stats overall. Ferris is the second fastest character. Yeah, she is basically the all-rounder. But all around, like, above average for the most part. I think magic power is the only stat where she's more than 1 point below the highest possible of the group. Wait, why am I attacking the golem? Oh, the golem has so much HP, just throw us off the thing. Too late, I'm committed now. Oh, can you get a ribbon before World 3? Well, a second ribbon before World 3. We do not want to confuse the Dark Wizards. Because when they're confused, they also cast instant death attacks, and the Wall Mage, notably, of course, reflex all the spells. So he can try to cast Doom on the Wall Mage, bouncing it back over to us. Also not great. And look, an Ice Dragon. Just try for a Sword Dance. These are undead, so drain effects are inverted. They also absorb fire as healing, so I want to make sure we attack with Lena, but not with Ferris as weapon. What do you want to attack with? Gilbo. I think you actually cannot really dance with bows, right? But yeah, they're weak to ice, so that's nice. Also, running away from this encounter in particular is quite difficult. Oh, right. Ripkara. We cannot even revive her. Because she has the bone meal equipped. Oh yeah, that other battle, she couldn't get revived anyways. So maybe I should give the bone meal to another character that can actually equip a shield for this encounter, like you. So we can use the flame shield on you. By the way, this is what I like to call the dragon room, because there's plenty of dragon encounters in here. Very nasty ones at that. This is the most tame encounter in this entire room. Oh, nice. I guess I could use the double lance on the freelancer too, which is pretty strong. Not just the one, just the wall mages. Also, maybe just equip a wall ring on you, I guess. That makes actually more sense. So that way Atomic Ray does not just murder you. Alright. I do think this is the common encounter, so... very friendly. Charm. You know what? That's fine, because I think we finished this encounter before the charm can even do anything. Also, both... oh wait, we attack them in different orders. Oops. Thanks for the healing. Wait, why is that healing? Oh, because equip shields, yeah, derp. I forgot I put... right, that's the entire reason why I turned Kara into the dancer, so she can equip shields. Dance. These guys can be confused, so it would be nice if they did. At least I'm pretty sure. This is 25% of our max HP gone. So after 4 of these attacks, we would be in trouble. Nice crit. Oh, no, they cannot be confused. Never mind. In this case, we probably just want to attack with everybody. The normal way. I think it's 8,500 HP, so... if I attack with everybody, that's not quite enough to cycle him, is it? It's close. Red drop transfer, a coral ring, didn't get it. That's alright. I would not want to equip this here anyways, because you take double damage from lightning if you equip the coral ring, and you absorb water as healing. There's not a whole lot of stuff in the game that deals water damage, just a few specific enemies, so it can be useful. But it's not usually that useful. Just gonna periodically heal while trudging through the lava, just in case we get an encounter. So we're not exactly at 0 HP. Went through the entire room with no encounters. I'm not complaining, because this room is also kind of a dragon room. Oh, yeah, this is the dragon room. Dance and try to run. Because this is 3 blue dragons. Not 1. Oh, we got away. Oh, nice. Actually don't know how difficult that encounter is to run away from. Both the yellow and red dragon encounters are unlikely that you get to run away. But I actually don't know about the blue dragon. Anyways, those are 3 blue dragons. The game doesn't tell you that. It's very sneaky. But this is like the encounter reason as to why I'm healing my characters. The other encounters in here are not too bad, for the most part. And we made it through. This room here is a much friendlier encounter table with mostly magic dragons. The double lance is a decently strong weapon that attacks enemies twice. It's basically like a built-in double grip. Except that... no, it's actually... it's basically like... yeah, no, it's effectively built-in double grip. You would think that double grip has better power against enemies' defenses, but that's not actually how it works. Enemies' defense... basically, double grip is the exact same as if you were to attack twice with the weapon, in terms of damage output. Except just rolled into one attack, because it doubles your attack multiplier, not your attack power. Hey, Tomberry James, welcome. Interesting party, it is. It's pretty good, actually. We have equipped katanas on our samurai. We could equip katanas on a dancer for improved damage, but I think I prefer equip shields. Because damage, we have good damage. It's really not that big of a concern. The concern is literally just surviving, honestly. We also still need a power staff, so we need to still get one of those. And these are the guys that rarely drop them. Wouldn't that be fascinating if they dropped me one right now? Dream. Unfortunately, that was not the one with the bone there. Okay, one down. But this guy might give us trouble now. Looks like we're fine. Do they really just skip the first turn? I think that's the third time in a row. Let's see. Dark Wizard. Condition alone. No, it's just a 1 in 3 chance to not attack. We just happen to get that 3 times in a row. Alright. How lucky. So, for the next part, I would like to be able to heal, so we unequip the bone mail from you. Do I care about wall ring? Not really. So I'd rather have health cape for evasion. Yeah, I think this is fine. We could put fairies into the back row technically and use the Gale bow because it's single target. Anyways, welcome to Gilgamesh in Next Steps Castle. He has what? 16,000 HP? Something like that. And once he starts blabbering, we basically win as long as we survive the next few turns. Tiny Song. Do I want Tiny Song? I guess I could have the Freelancer break rods as a tiny person while having 80% chance to block physical attacks. But no, we don't need that here, so I think we just undo that. Alrighty. Can I blind you? I forget. Or was this the encounter where he's literally immune to every single status effect? I think this might be the encounter where he's immune to every status effect. Let me just quickly double check. So I don't tell you any nonsense. Oh! Well, I'm half right. All the status effects we can inflict, he's immune to. He's susceptible to being slowed, but that's it. He's also really fast, so that's, I guess, kind of nice. But aside from that, we just deal damage, or try to. Yeah, that's pretty good damage. Everybody dealing over 1,000 with their attacks. Tense. He does just slightly over half of our HP in damage. That's really awkward. Actually, does double grip and dance even work together? Probably, right? Because dance... I actually don't know. Let's see a sword dance, where is... Time slip, we resisted it, how lucky. Because I don't think any of us are immune against sleep. Nice sword stance. Rocket punch, that's a confusion right there, and half HP gun. So I have to immediately undo the confusion. The only way we know how. Let's just bonk. Sonic Wave, alright, his damage output is now terrible, so I'm gonna use his turns to heal everybody. Oh, we're already in phase 2. So we just need to survive at this point. We get some cool sunglasses. He also gets like 3 turns very quickly and consecutively. Moving into the back row, so his physical attacks deal less damage. I think Fairies might still be in knockout range. Kara almost certainly is. Nope, Fairies just about survived. He only gets like one more attack at this point, so with 2 high potions we should guarantee that everybody survives. As long as Butts gets his... Well, he did not get his potion before, so if he just attacked Kara, she would have probably taken him up here. Gilgamesh Change! You can steal the Genji helmet from this form. If you have Thief. Which, well, we don't. Good old Excalibur, indeed. Very poor. So this sword that we just got deals exactly 1 damage every time we attack with it. It's still considered to have 100 attack power, but it doesn't deal any damage really, so not terribly useful for us. Also, unfortunately with this team we can't really keep the cool sunglasses because it would reduce our chance to hit by 75%, and that's not good. Oh, right, you still have the dagger equipped. Do not confuse this guy, we just do regular attacks here. Alrighty. Ideally, we just get the weapon right here, and... we do! I found my luck again, apparently. Go save and immediately go battle. Alright, the power staff. That weapon. Berserk's the target. We can actually use that, can't we? Who has the bone meal equipped right now? Nobody? Nobody. That's actually good. I think we're gonna put our freelancer into the back row and use the 2 light staves we have, break them, and maybe before that, well actually, we go past turn 2, which is usually where X-Def switches our back and front rows around. You want a shield, you have a shield. You'll be using a shield for the beginning here. Then probably switch over to the bow, huh? So you get flame shield and... By the way, Ferris can hit herself with the flame sword in order to heal herself with this combination, in case you're curious. It doesn't work quite as well if you hit an ally, somebody other than yourself, because they can still block your physical attack even if it would heal them. This is a bit awkward. Alright, anyways. Guardian Dagger for the extra little bit of physical evasion. And you get a wall ring. Who else gets a wall ring? I think my knight gets the wall ring. I think you have the wall ring right now. So elf cape for you, extra evasion. Wall ring, elf cape for you. The power ring would be more damage, but the physical attacks of X-Def will one-shot our dancer if they connect. So extra chance to not get hit by them is desirable. Excalibur is also good for grinding Skull Eaters. How much HP does Skull Eaters have? And yes, Goblin Punch and Throw of the Excalibur actually does use the 100 attack power it supposedly is supposed to have. Is that everything we need? They have 1 HP. Actually wasn't aware that they had 1 HP. I knew it was not much. Nice. So yeah, because Excalibur actually doesn't check for accuracy, it guarantees 1 damage. Can be useful for that. When you want to do, you know, exactly 1 damage. We could turn our dancer into... Oh no, never mind. I was about to say we could use the evade command from the samurai on our dancer, but that doesn't really help us much. I guess you can guard. Why not? Wall ring. You get... You know what, just equip the light stuff already. And make sure you get a shield. Alright. I don't see there being many problems with this team against X-Def here. However, it can still be a problem, but we'll see how that's gonna go for us. Alright, turn 1. 2 out of 3 times is gonna doom somebody, putting a counter over their head, and they're gonna die. Turn 2, he most of the time will switch our turns around, and the rest of the turns I mostly forget on what exactly they do. But I have a rough idea. There's the counter, hits Ferris. Actually very inconvenient, but it's alright. Then, all you wanna do is just start dancing. We need to... He has 32,767 HP, I think. Somebody corrected me by 1 HP last time. Then you get your proper weapon, because I forgot to equip that. And he has pretty decent defense, 25. So critical hits from the katana are extra good. And you just start hitting. And you. We just break the Staff of Light, this is why we farm them. And we will break them to cast Holy. Holy deals, you know, whole elemental damage, really high attack power. And even though we have not much in terms of magic power, we still hit for 3000 damage there. Also, it was turn 2, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was turn 2 where he would dynamo. Okay, this was the turn where he normally switches our rows around and he didn't do that, so it's actually very convenient. Nice sword stance. So what I'm gonna do here... Also, by the way, he has, I think, a 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with this spell whenever you hit him with physical attacks for some reason. I'm gonna play this slightly risky here. If you berserk a character, that character will just only ever do physical attacks on random targets. And the power staff, if you attack with it, just berserk somebody. But also the berserk character deals 50% more damage. So T is gonna deal 50% more damage. You also don't see his action time bar moving anymore, but we basically just have no control over him anymore. He can be dispelled, interestingly enough. Also, that is the one character that can actually survive a vacuum wave because Ferris is in the back row. Also, I'm not gonna heal Ferris because she's gonna die after the counter runs down anyways. But yeah, 50% extra attack power specifically is great for bypassing high defense, like this guy has high defense. Alright, there's my second Staff of Light. We're gonna break that too. After we deal 16,767 damage, he will go into phase 2, where he attacks twice. And one of these attacks is usually physical, and one of these attacks is usually magic. Although he can do both physical or both magic whenever he feels like it. But he will no longer do all sorts of crazy things during that phase anymore. Right, recovery turn. This is where Lena gets a shield. This is why we picked up the diamond shield earlier, because we only have so many shields. Pick up Ferris. By the way, even if it dispels somebody with the reflect ring, the reflect effect stays. Because it's a permanent accessory. Order of operations, healing. I think Ferris has our best survivability. Oh, shoot. Oh. By the way, this still used the elixir, even though it didn't go off. Very inconvenient. I forgot that he did that. Actually, he's gonna use zombie breath very soon, so I think we're gonna leave Kara asleep for now and focus on healing up everybody as a priority here. Elixir for you, elixir for you. Actually, we need to prioritize the characters that we can control. Oh, he's already phase 2. We already dealt over half of his HP in damage. So I guess my priority does not change in terms of what I do. Although I kind of would have preferred if Ferris stayed at low HP here. Because now what I can do is I can guard with Lena, and guard means that you take 0 physical damage. Guaranteed. And if I can put Ferris into critical HP, then Lena will block for Ferris. Let me actually check. What could I do in order to deal damage to Ferris without actually knocking her out in one hit by accident? I don't know. Let me actually just remove her shield and block. So the thing is, whenever Lena would get a turn, there's a very slight chance that X-Def attacks exactly in that moment and would, well, hit her while she's not guarding. So what I'm doing now is I'm hoping that he attacks Ferris and does not knock her into, well, does not knock her out. But basically, he's just gonna finish himself off by virtue of us bouncing back the level 3 spells he uses. This is why we farmed the wall rings earlier, making this phase very easy, all things considered. Just don't knock out Ferris and we're good to go. Let's see, 7. Oh, that was too much. Shame. Okay, unfortunately Phoenix Downs are 25% HP. Also, Lena could get hit here, I just realized. Probably should have at least moved her into the back row. Ow. Back row. Heal Lena. Okay, she should be fine now. Yeah, Ferris also has guards. Like, I could just spam guard, but I wanna be lazy. Like, that's the entire reason why I'm trying to do this kind of setup here. I'm trying to be lazy. Where I can just sit on Ferris's turn while Lena permaguards, and Ferris will get protected by Lena. That's my objective here. Let's use Guardian Dagger. Hit yourself with that, hopefully putting you into critical HP. Yeah, we can get there. Of course, we also could just, you know, revive people and continue fighting, because I think we have enough survivability and power to punch through there. I just like doing the silly things. And guard with you, hit yourself again. Okay, Ferris is still not in critical HP apparently. Once she, like, crouches to the ground, that is when she's considered in critical HP. So I guess while setting this up, I do want a shield. There we go. Alrighty, now, anytime Ferris would get hit, Lena's gonna block for her, thanks to her passive. And now that she's guarding, she takes 0 physical damage. I literally cannot lose anymore. Actually, that's not true, I guess. Vacuum Wave will still inflict the HP leak status. So Lena will lose HP because of that. But beyond that, I can probably go and grab another coffee here if I wanted to. But I had enough coffees today. As mentioned before, we could just guard and spam guard on both characters. The chances of Xdev actually pushing through me, like just holding down the A button while guarding with both characters, is minimal. However, it is possible for him to be able to like hit me exactly when I get my own turn, and then consequently we would have that character get a hit. Then again, if we are full HP, that's not a big deal. And there we go. We honored Galuf's last stand with his Reflect Ring by just staring Xdev down, daring him to cast spells at us. Can't he use Meteor eventually? No. Meteor is part of his script, but that part of the script never gets called because he always attacks normally first, beforehand, so it just never enters that. Chances are high that they experimented with Xdev using Meteor and then just moved that thing around, so when they felt like that should not be part of the battle or something like that. Basically, instead of deleting the code for him to be able to cast Meteor, they decided to just move it around, and if they wanted to re-implement it later in development, they would have been able to just move the code around instead of redoing it. That's how I interpret it anyways. Funny, because every time you plan for an Dimensional Meteor, yeah, again, in the script he has Meteor, it's just, it literally is not possible for him to get to that point in the script due to sequencing stuff. Alright. World 2 done. This team honestly has been a breeze. Despite the lack of magic damage, it's been frankly quite easy, and I didn't even need to use the Gale Bow because we dealt so much damage in phase 1 before that. Alrighty, we unequip you because you're gonna have to go for a while, and you can keep your stuff, that's fine. Alrighty, but I think that's good progress for today. Tomorrow we will continue Final Fantasy V and clear the rest of World 3. We'll probably attempt to do Omega and Shinryu. Omega might be rather sketchy, but I think it's very doable with this team. We'll have to do a bit of preparation, get a bunch of dancer equipment mostly. I guess I also want to get the Rune Blade for it. I do wonder whether that's my best option. Like, I was gonna use Dancer with a Rune Blade for the critical hits, ignoring the defense. It's, I guess, possible that the Coral Sword might be better, or at least equally good, so we could just use that instead. But yeah, we'll see. So one plan is going to be double grip Runic Axe with Dance on the Freelancer, and the Dancer wants to have Equip Sword to dance with the Rune Blade is my objective. I don't know if that's gonna be all that great for the Dancer. I think the Dancer's gonna deal significantly less damage than the Freelancer, but that's also quite okay. We could also use Flame Rings. I guess the Dancer will have to use a Flame Ring if we want to absorb fire on that one. So we'll have to get enough money to get a Flame Ring. We'll want to get... We have 2 Flame Shields after the Pyramid. So I guess 2 Flame Rings, 2 Flame Shields with Wall Rings. And then we just hope for lucky bounce backs. We actually don't want to level up too high. Otherwise we won't be able to heal enough with high potions and would have to use plenty of elixirs. So it's kind of weird that we don't want to level up much more because of the max HP damage from Omega. Too bad you can't get 2 rune axes, it would be awesome on the Berserker. For dual wielding? Yeah. Actually, I wonder whether that works. Some weapons you can only trigger their effects once. I wonder whether the critical effect trigger is like one of these. Actually, probably is not. No, I will guess that's just part of the damage calculation then. Anyways, I'm done for today. So, everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around. And well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night. If you'd like to watch more Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta, make sure to hop over to El Magus, who is currently doing his first run, or continuing his first run. And he has a team of Summoner, Red Mage, Chemist, and Ranger. Alrighty, if you want to see somebody destroy the game with a Chemist, make sure to watch him. Then again, Summoner alone can destroy the game. Red Mage is there, I guess. Actually, Red Mage has nice buffs and debuffs in this setup. That's actually kind of nice. And Ranger. If he ever gets enough ability points for Ranger attacks, it's gonna be good. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.